only rely on the Twitch recording to help us. Mhm. You're sending me your updated link?
Yeah, I'm just opening everything back up. I think that is what I had to do. Discord. You remember? Yeah, I'm just trying to get it to do the damn thing. Remote share to OBS. Select screen to share. No. Bentley.
Sparkle. Aiming to fuck up the friendship. Yeah. Where'd you send your link now?
This is the Solstice chat.
Okay. And then I gotta go to Bentley. Let me properties, new link. Bentley has appeared.
Yay, thank
Help!
Help me!
Somebody help! I got help!
Help!
Oh shit!
Help!
That shit was loud as fuck.
Oh, sorry.
It actually scared me. Okay, so I'm gonna move OBS over here. And now that we're all finally here, no thanks to Bentley.
Hey, listen, we have dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Let me go to. I don't need this. I do need the Canva slides open for me to edit, do live edits. I don't need this. I do need the Twitch stream open, but not as a priority. And I need my script.
Bless you.
And of course, I want to make sounds too occasionally, so I need Discord. Alright. Now that we've spent the better half of today. Dad, stop talking.
Sorry.
Stop talking. You're picking up on my mic. Be quiet. Thank you. Now that we've spent the better half of the evening kind of going through putting together this stream, I wanted to take a moment to review some of the highlights from Chapter 10. Now, the morning of Chapter 10 saw our fated four slaving away in the Solstice Science Lab, Herbology Lab, and Magitechra Lab again. But Coven Courtesies was pretty intense. In addition to learning that sea folk like Quinn and Ava could grow to be anywhere between 4 to 40 feet in height, the class received ominous messages from Sarah and Ethan about their impending doom. So, players, can you take a moment in alphabetical order, which is now like clearly displayed, to inform us about how that made your character feel?
Is she here with us?
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the bad news was that they're going to start intermingling the lower classmen with the upperclassmen. And on the one hand, yay, new NPCs to interact with, and the upperclassmen have access to certain skills that we don't as lowerclassmen, but it's also terrifying because Bentley's already struggling with his upper classmates. For example, Ava, who may or may not be actually 40 feet tall, undisclosed. Terrible to think about. And then for um just in general, like the species difference, it's just very anxiety inducing. It's like, oh, legally sanctioned duel, you roll up and they're like the size of a building.
For Cain, it was almost the opposite. He was actually kind of worried for people like Ava, because when it came out that Ava and Quinn were like sea folk or mermaid or mermen, um, Ava was kind of like shy and like to herself, which was new to see. So he was very concerned because there's a super high difference. He could be like 8 feet tall, which is still big, but compared to other uh mermaids or mermen that could be like 40 or 50 feet tall, she looked small, which makes me feel like she might be smaller on the smaller side. So I was kind of Kane was kind of concerned for Ava.
Misty on the. I'm so sorry. I just heard a loud smack to the left of me. Okay. Um, as we all know, did we talk about how she has a stalker? So now this veil is about to drop, and it's just like, yo, the minute it drops, I'm gonna get my throat stepped on, and I don't know how to fight, okay? And they didn't teach us no fighting, nothing yet really. So it's just like I'm fucked and not by paw. So yeah.
Uh, for me, it kind of shows how kind of cool these little talisman things are because we're all relatively humanoid, and then to know that using that would make some people grow to be size of like half a skyscraper is kind of insane. Uh, so that's pretty interesting. And then of course the upperclassmen. I already had my comeuppance with the upperclassmen on numerous occasions. Not as bad as some people here, but I still I got hit in the head by panic and got sent to the nurses, and then I had to do a whole elemental blitz against them. So it's going to be interesting to 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 see them just in full swing. Uh, so I'm excited and also kind of nervous about that.
I can't help but notice that Bentley and Cain aren't bouncing. Bentley, could you talk right now so that we could see you shake your little tail?
Yeah,
Shake
they
my
don't have
little
jiggly pushers like me.
toe. Can you hear me now? Am I bouncing? Am I bouncing?
Yes, it's bouncing.
Yes.
Cain, can you talk so we could see if you're bouncing?
I am talking. Hello.
This guy doesn't know about bouncing.
Okay. You're not bouncing. Bentley, how did you get Bentley to bounce? Did you have to connect your mic?
Oh, when you go into PNG Tuber, you click into the screen, then it'll pull up all of your toolbar equipment to the right. Click the little microphone, and then it should give you a drop-down menu. Mine's listed as microphone USB audio device. Yours might pop up different, but I had to do that to link my headphone microphone to PNG.
Okay, so let me try to fix that then. Oh.
Look, he just deleted himself.
Oh, he's gone. That's it.
Okay.
Roman can't be any happier.
Bounty here.
This is his secret plot all along.
He's been moited.
Microphone USB.
He's been
Where did he go?
Shadow Realm.
Is he gonna have to send another link? Did he just like?
I think he might have accidentally deleted his sprite.
Oh.
No, I turned it off so I can open it and it's not like it doesn't mess up the stream.
Hmm.
So I can open
No,
it.
we can't see him now. He did something that kind of took himself off.
Yeah, I closed the like voting ninja thing.
Could you open Voting Ninja again?
Yeah.
Do you have to
As
send a new
you-
link?
Yeah, I was in. Yeah.
He did it the hard way.
As you can see, we all have degrees in IT.
Ain't mean to fuck up the friendship. She keep asking me what we gonna be. Looking around as if I have dementia. Hey, he's bouncing now.
Oh, you bounced high, bro.
Yeah, he's a very high bouncer.
Are we good?
Mm.
Okay. That should be. Okay, I'm here now. I guess.
Okay.
Did I stop bouncing?
You break it?
Start talking again?
Talking.
How are you not bouncing again?
Am I bouncing now?
No, you're not bouncing.
You touching the sliding bars?
No, I'm not touching anything.
You're
You sure
bouncing
your
because you're
microphone's not
unmuted.
open? You want me to go and try and mess with it?
Yeah, you go. You go. I think he broke it.
BRB.
Okay. Am I bouncing now? No, I'm not bouncing now. What's happening here?
Bouncy, bouncy.
I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
Of course, Cain.
Hola.
So, open PNG tuber,
You gotta learn how to bounce.
talk.
Yep. See, I bounced here.
Yeah, you can't minimize it.
Oh, I
Your
can't
microphone?
minimize it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
I think I minimize it. Hold on, let's see.
Is that the problem?
Yeah, don't minimize it. I think if you just put like
I
whatever you're
minimized
using in
mine.
front of it, it should be good.
Am I bouncing now? Okay, there we go. I see I was minimizing it. I think
Yeah, don't minimize it. Just put
There
like
we
put
go.
like put like your tabs just in front of it. Don't
Yeah,
minimize
just click on the tabs. I think I fixed it.
Hey, is it just me or does Cain sound echoey too?
Am I echoey now? What the? What's
I don't
happening?
necessarily.
You're
hear
fine.
echo.
You're fine. Quinn, don't touch anything else.
I'm not.
Just don't.
Yeah, Cain.
Jesus.
Breaking shit.
Apparently.
Mr. Straight A student here.
Well.
All right. So Bentley,
Real
Misty,
full
make sure
campaign.
you're muted.
Am I muted?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Now. Dynamute.
Am I muted now?
No.
Nope. No, you're not muted.
Mute. I'm echoing on somebody's feed. So Cain, Tim, I know you're watching the stream. Make sure that the stream is muted.
My
Yeah, stream's always muted for me.
Yep. Same
Okay.
here.
Testing. Testing. Where's that echo coming from then?
Do you have both of your microphones open? Like the one on your desk
Hmm.
and the one on your headset?
No, it's definitely coming from my desktop somewhere. So that means that it's coming in through the Discord. Give me a second. Why is it echoing on normal? I think it's on Cain somehow.
I didn't touch anything.
This guy's always
Yeah.
breaking shit, man.
You hear it, right? Is it just me? He has OBS on? Oh, he probably has share sound on his OBS.
Okay.
God, Cain. Because I heard the echo after y'all went in.
What do I do? Turn this off?
I think it was the link that he sent.
Stop. Because
I haven't touched
I
anything.
feel like you do be touching.
I haven't touched anything.
It sound okay. It was his PNG tuber because it sounds way better now. There was some kind of echo from his.
I have to ban this guy.
Ah,
I swear I didn't touch anything.
ugh. And he's just sitting here like,
What I do?
Just go to the office.
What did I do?
Go, just go.
What did I
Exactly.
yeah. We say, I'm like, look, something's wrong. The only thing that's changed in the past 10 minutes is Cain.
Everybody's sitting here like with talking their mic.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Why do you sound so defeated?
Oh, she says fine.
Dog Quinn bounces so high.
I think it's there's like a setting to make you like really bounce and not bounce. But I
If
If
don't
you
know
click
why.
on the gear, there's bounce force, then bounce gravity, and both of those should be relatively low.
I don't know how Tim is managing to do a cool bounce, but Cain is giving like a twinkle twinkle little star bounce.
I was messing with the settings yesterday when you guys told me to get on here.
I appreciate the extracurricular, Tim. I'm learning things. I got my sliding bars mixed up. I really like this thing Misty has going on.
Now let's get back to the regularly scheduled program. Classes went on per usual, but the social ladder was far more complicated. Kai and Ava finally settled their differences in a brawl where Kai emerged victorious, pushing Ava down a ladder in the food chain for Bentley's sake. Salem advocated on Roman's behalf for Misty to leave him alone, unknowingly placing themselves in danger. And finally, Zeke and Marcy decided to go public with their relationship. Players, what insight can you provide us with these three noteworthy developments?
Kai, oh god, it was awful when Kai and Ava finally went to blows because Bentley had a low perception roll, so he wasn't aware that Kai was going to start swinging on Ava. So he's just kind of in the same space with these two individuals. He's like, oh, water under the bridge. I'm not going to have any more negative attention drawn to myself and my reputation. And then Kai just kind of decides to swing off Ava's neck. And he tries to break up the fight, but now it's just canonical fact that he's not a good fighter. So he's just kind of like, as if moving around the fight trying to stop them, but he can't put himself in there. And Luca had to come out and he had to stop the confrontation. And it just feels bad. It feels so bad.
Another thing that feels bad is when you try to sit down with members of your elemental blitz team, and even with enhanced hearing, you kind of forget that you have it, and they're talking about or Zeke and Marcy are talking about being steady, and they're being lovey-dovey in the lunchroom, and he approaches the table not using his enhanced hearing properly, and he asks if he can sit down, and Marcy immediately says, "No, leave." And so he does just that, and then proceeds to go sit with Silas and
Well, no,
Revenant.
you skipped the part where you did sit down, got made fun of, and then left.
Right.
Tim,
I actually know you're absolutely. I did forget that I did sit down. You're absolutely right. That was what was. So yeah, um, embarrassing. But Zeke and Marcy seem to be at that point in time great.
Um, I'm happy that they finally made it official. And um Marcy texts Misty like, "Girl, look at me all up in Zeke's room. I'm so proud of her. I'm so happy for her." Um, but I deadass can't remember what the fuck happened to me that day as well. Um,
Salem was all up in your face.
oh yeah, Salem. That's what happened. Salem approached me with her big-headed ass, talk about some. I need you to stay away from Roman. He'll come to you when he's ready. And it's just like, who are you to tell me what to do? But at the same time, she's just so dunce that she's not realizing
She's just a W friend.
she's just she has no fear. Um, I will take it with a grain of salt now because things has changed. So, uh, yeah. Uh, uh,
Foreshadowing.
Yeah, honestly, what the fuck did happen that day? I completely forgot everything. I remember the Salem thing, and I'm completely on her side. Obviously, I do think that Misty needs to stay away from Roman as far away as possible. Um,
Was I think that was the day where you kept trying to cast some sort of elemental spell and it
was that
was
the day
not a
that I
good day for
finally did my
Tim.
elemental blitz thing or
Yeah.
elemental manipulation
Yes,
thing?
that was in your elemental.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome. Okay, yeah.
Uh,
So I was in elemental
hold on.
manipulation.
A couple of things happened for you, Tim. You finally talked to Ash and he helped you with your ring.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. Okay.
You finally were able to do something in your elemental class. Um, and it was the Shadow Elemental Blitz Day.
Okay. There we go. So I go do a mini recap. At the beginning of the day, I was working on my ring, and Ash was like, "Hey, you should put a safety feature on that bitch." And I was like, "Okay." And he said, "I'll do it for you." So he got a safety feature on my ring, so that whenever I turn into, transform, whether it be Tim, Titan, or Stein, after a set amount of time, I'll just transition back to normal self. Then I went to elemental manipulation, failed, but I was like, "Hey, can I stay here and keep going if you got me like a mana potion?" Because I was drained, and they were like, "Yeah, I got you." So I stayed there past into lunchtime, and I finally succeeded. Um, and then later on, we had elemental blitz where we did really good. Uh, we 3-0'd the shadow people, and then I made a stupid deal with Felhart, and then lost. So I have to go through technically today, and when we do our mini session as Titan.
He's not gonna make you.
Yeah, but like if technically
He,
speaking, that's an easy way to get out of it. I just 'cause deal's a deal. I got to do it today. I'm done. It's over with.
he's not gonna make you do it today, only because it would be more trouble than it's worth.
Free day. Let's go.
All right. So finally, extracurriculars went on per usual, where Misty had the opportunity to herd boar alongside Jasper, earning praise from Duskwind. Bentley was able to craft a floral crown while being sucked into Nina's increasing anxiety pertaining to Noel's grand reveal that they were axed out by Jasper. And Tim and Cain won 3-0 in Elemental Blitz against Shadow Summons from Felhart. So, players, why don't you let us know how your characters felt during these moments of success?
Um, the rolls have not been good for Bentley thus far, so us being able to get our intel boosting items has been the highlight of my character. Uh, Nina talking about Noelle and Jasper was hilarious because I didn't know what the perspective Nina was coming from. She just seems really concerned about the red flag of Jasper asking out Noelle because Jasper accidentally walked in on Noelle showering because they have like a communal shower stall system for their dormitories or something around the lines of that. There was a communal shower. And then immediately after, that's when they got propositioned, and Jasper's like, "Hey, let me take you to the ball," and then they just stopped talking. So Nina tweaking was kind of justified, but I love good tea, so I was there for it.
The success in Elemental Blitz was amazing. I believe there's only 5 players that show up. I believe Silas and Luca both did not show up for practice, which allowed Riven to join the starter team, and we also played a full game of Elemental Blitz against Fellheart Shadows. Like said, we did really good. Everyone was performing well. We 3-0'd. I believe one goal was from myself, one was from Marcy, one was from Riven. Um, uh, at halftime during Elemental Blitz, Marcy made the call to switch me and Tim around. So Tim went to defender, I went to goalie, as how the game was going about and proceeding. Those roles seemed to fit better for those characters, and it just was a really good time after the game. Everyone was super pumped. Marcy was like geeking out, really proud of the team, which is a rare sight. Um, so it was just an overall great time.
Misty did a really good job um wrangling those little boars. She didn't have to get too dirty because obviously she used that intimidation tactic, but like pointed to fucking Jasper in the back who wasn't gonna do anything. So it worked in her favor. No complaints here because she got noticed by Duskwind, and she's going to uh keep trying to get noticed by her and also another professor. So we'll see how that goes.
I finally succeeded in elemental manipulation. That is my primary, and that was like the 10th campaign, and that was the first time I succeeded. Um, so that felt pretty good. And now I learned now I can use vibrations on the floor to sense big MFs walking around. And then going back on to what Cain was saying, Marcy switched us because I made like 3 illegal moves on the field. So it would just been better if I was on the field in the first place. Because I was goalie, but apparently you can't leave the goal. And I did that. And then apparently you can't go into the other people's goal. And I did that too. But it was worth it. I feel like I was doing pretty good. and then that's when after the whole thing happened, that's when I made the deal with Fellheart. And even then, I guess I was kind of still pretty successful because it's a move in the right direction of trying to get used to my personalities. So, big step for that.
And now, we will take a moment to review some of the highlights from Chapter 11. Another morning of laboratory work from Bentley, where he was remiss to discover that Red Marsh was able to detect that he used unauthorized magic to repair his assignment. Cain and Tim, on the other hand, had spent some time in the library searching for books that may help them better understand themselves. And could you three tell us a little bit about what these experiences meant to your character?
I'm gonna be honest, Bentley was about to crash out because he had dropped all of his other classes. So had he been failed out of herbology, I guess I would have been doing a backflip into a new character sheet. Like I don't know how that would have worked. So I'm very grateful that Red Marsh gave Bentley the opportunity to continue in the class despite killing his plant. I'd like to think it's because he was attempting to do his science homework and he put in a growth serum into his plant, and that's what led it to dying. But I think honestly at this point he's just clumsy. I'm very grateful for the opportunity.
At the library, first of all, it's very pretty in there. It's very it was very nice in there, and it was a phenomenal, I guess, vibe to put it simply. But he ended up seeing Silas, who I found out spends most of his mornings in the library studying on some books.
I wonder why.
Uh, Cain pulled out a book on vampires. It was more of a generalization of vampires. You can find a very specific one on his like vampire clan that he was told about by Ethan. Um, and even then, everything he read in there wasn't. At least he couldn't find the important stuff. Everything he was reading was stuff that he kind of already knew. He didn't get to the good stuff yet, based on a intel roll, a very poor intel roll. Then he got teased by Silas, like he always does. Silas was just messing around with him, calling him an anxious guy, anxious boy. Um, and that scene ended with that kind of brotherly banter between Silas and Cain.
I also went to the library, and I went with Salem to get me my Golem books, and I guess she went to go get her spirit books. And as we were reading, I also failed an intel check because Salem was reading. I failed my initial intel, and then I also did a perception roll, and I failed both of those. So not only did I not really read my book at all, but I was led to believe through my failed perception that um that Salem was apparently an expert and that they knew everything about that book. Every page set felt like, baby work. And so from then I decided, I'm gonna take my book home, I guess more like to my dorm, and I'm gonna keep studying. And I guess Salem did the same.
Now, Cain and Misty have participated in their first session of the Holistic Wellness Program. Cain was informed that a part of vampirism meant that he may need to find ways to naturally implement hunting, manipulation, and conquering into his everyday life. Misty, on the other hand, was informed that she needed to remember the importance of consent and self pleasure, so that she may take ownership of her urges in public spaces. This, of course, was just before Ba recruited Misty into his bike club. So, Cain, Misty, could you explain how this information impacted your character's perception of themselves?
So for Cain, he did not like that at all. He for essentially a therapist to tell you, hey, you need to manipulate people more or hunt things more, um, is pretty insane. And Cain's not that. Cain doesn't try to be that type of person, and he kind of knew that comes with the whole vampire gig, and he's been trying to kind of like neglect it a lot. So for the wellness team to tell him, hey, the reason why you're crashing out so much is because you're neglecting the core of what it means to be a vampire, came as a not a shock, but just like a realization. And it's like I have to find ways to be this without being bad, and it's just a put Kane's mind to into that anxiousness that he's known for.
Um, Misty. Wait. Yeah. So Misty is like, I don't want to say she's heartbroken, but it's just like your therapist tells you that your professor kind of like sets you up with this fucking lunatic to keep you busy so you can stop attacking people. Like, I totally get it, but like, wow. And Ba is very fucking crazy, you guys.
I don't know.
When I mean like he knows everything about her and it's just so crazy. It's so crazy and we're just not acknowledging that he knows this shit. But it sucks that the government kind of set you up like that. They didn't have to do that. Um and also she has to start pleasuring herself at least
Run that back,
twice a
Chief.
day. Huh?
Run that back. What?
Misty has received something called a pleasure box.
Yeah, read the
And
description of the one you got.
My God.
I actually don't have that information in front of me.
Oh, don't worry, I can pull it up. What was that, chapter 11? that that was chapter 11, right? Let me just open that document.
Mhm.
Let me see. This is chapter 10, chapter 12, chapter 11, and you chose the. Let me see. You chose the Hunga Bunga.
That's what it's called.
No.
The
Uh,
Hunga box.
She chose the soft launch. It comes with silk restraints, scented oils, and a discreet charm that also enchants to heat your bathwater. Great for beginners or people with commitment issues.
Oh yeah, that sounds about right. So she likes scents and she likes baths. So that's why I got the first one.
Baths with
Um no, he'd make the water dirty.
Yeah, you're right. He probably
Water
wouldn't even
would
go
be
in.
warm though.
It would be filthy water, not even dirty.
Like a
Okay.
sewage.
Um what else? What else happened? Oh yeah, pleasure. Oh my god. Oh.
Ian, delete this.
Okay. Yeah, it's all a setup. The government is trying to distract me from the truth that this place is evil. What was the other part? I
I think you covered it all. Now,
Up until
so after weeks of planning, players got to dress to impress alongside some of their favorite people at the time. Players, can you take a moment to tell us about how your characters dress and what they thought about seeing their dates and the fun memories they made at the Crimson Harvest?
Pulling up the suit claim. Okay.
fun memories.
So, huh? Oh, yeah. Bentley came in a cropped dress suit. It has sheer sleeves that gradually go opaque when you hit the shoulder, and each part of the suit, like the trim of the lapel and the creases in the pants, had like a designer brand name running down it. Right now, I'm gonna say it's like Versace. And he had affordable dress shoes, which made it very difficult to walk around because that's like disadvantaged dexterity.
Cain was wearing kind of like some dress pants, some affordable dress shoes that were super uncomfortable to wear, a very nice like almost like not silk but like polyester burgundy shirt, and in that typical kind of Cain fashion, he had like a lot of belts going across the shirt, tied around clamping around his shoulder, and a normal belt on his dress pants.
It's gonna be on display.
As you can see in the stream.
Oh my god.
We're all
here.
looking good.
So, well, we can see it, but Misty was wearing like a long sleeve, low cut dress, affordable dress. It had a slit on the side of her thigh. She was wearing some sneakers with it because she couldn't afford formal shoes. Um, yeah, yeah.
So contrary to what you guys may be thinking here, that suit wasn't bought. I handmade that, and so
But look exactly like the picture.
I know you guys may think that was actually from Gucci, but I actually sewed that myself with a bed sheet that I had. You can actually kind of see it in the background behind the shoes. Use that blanket specifically. I might be able to thread a needle, but I don't know how to make shoes, so I ended up just buying those, which cost a pretty penny and left me with I think like $20 as my weekly allowance. So yeah, I think I have the best outfit here overall, though. If you really look at it, from my perspective, at least.
Yeah,
It
absolutely.
does look big money.
And let's not forget your dates.
Oh yeah, she also sewed her. I guess we're gonna go backwards, or are we starting from Bentley again?
Bentley.
Kai plays Dress to Impress. They are a theater kid. They are like head theater kid. So when they came with the also crop suit in the bright crimson red with the silver threaded embroidered pattern, I sat there and I'm like, I expected nothing less. If they came in anything less, I feel like that wouldn't ascribe to their reputation. Needless to say, they look good. They look good.
Nina looked amazing. I helped her choose this dress earlier in the week, the week or the semester. It has these I guess these I don't want to call them fishnets, but I think they might be fishnets. It's kind of hard to see, but I remember it having like fishnets all the way up to the dress. The dress is kind of multi-layered, no shoulder. Her hair was kind of like down. It was a phenomenal outfit that Nina had chosen and gotten for herself.
My date Cambria, she ended up wearing. I don't know how to describe this type of dress, to be honest. Um, but it was cute as fuck. She definitely slayed. I love it. I love the gloves that she had on with it and was kind of like short but like long in the back. That's really cute. Um, her hair was a little different. I think her hair was down too. Yeah, she was a baddie.
Salem also sewing her own outfit, and I feel like there should have been a bit of communication here as to we were going to work on it afterwards, because I didn't do that at all. Apparently, they took the time to work on it a little extra. Wish I would have gotten that heads up, because theirs looks far better than mine. So as you can see, she's wearing a beautifully knitted sweater with God, I can't fucking see. It looks like a black skirt under it. And it looks really good. Wish mine looked like that, but it happens. Yeah.
And lastly, recount some of the fun you had during the Crimson Ball itself.
Um,
Are you being sarcastic, or are we just describing the literal good moments before the ship went into Japan?
there was good moments.
Was there?
I kind of
I don't know about you guys. Maybe you guys had a great moment.
you were okay before it all went down.
Yeah.
Kai flexed on me and Ezra in the photo booth. Like we went in there and we're getting our little photos printed towards the end, and I'm pretty sure it's the equivalent of them putting like filters on themselves, but putting on a background so we like fade into the back. Like they outshone us, but they seem to have a lot of fun. And then there was like a live performance from Quinn and Luca's band. So Luca was the drummer, Quinn was, I want to say he either was the guitarist or the bassist. Rosalind was a singer, and Riven was either the guitarist or the bassist. I can't remember who did which one, but that was the lineup. They had a really nice song set. So it was cool. It was a vibe. It was like a concert.
The concert was great. The food was amazing. Him, obviously, he went with Nina, and so him and Nina did the kind of like, I guess, the romantic activity that was set up at the ball, which was like lining up like lanterns and letting them go, and writing like a little like a word that you hope your partner to have more of, like kind of like a wish for your partner. Um, that went well. It was very, very nice. Again, the right after that, the band started playing. I think they were called Untitled for the moment. Um, and yeah, it was a great scene.
Misty went to the photo booth with Cambria. Obviously Cambria being a theater girl, she definitely um outshined in the photos. What else happened? Oh, my fucking predator decided to send me a fucking like a haunting message, and it's just like daunting on her. Like, yo, what if they show up? What am I gonna do? Yeah.
Are they writing like creepy messages on the back of the photo booth? Like in mist or something? Oh.
If I recall, I think me and the vigilantes started breaking it down on the dance floor. And we were all just absolutely terrible except for Roman, because he was really living it up. Like, he could have been on like Dancing with the Stars or something and like won. I don't even know what that contest is, but I'm sure he would have won whatever it is. And if we were, and I don't even remember what I rolled. I think I did like okay. I think I got like a 9. I feel like 9 out of 20 is not the worst. You know, I'm doing the stanky leg or whatever. You know, I think I was doing pretty good. So yeah, we had a fun time dancing. And then with that concert, Rosalind hit like the highest note, and I was there for it. I was living it up. It was good. I don't know about everybody else, but I was tuned in.
And now, and now, and now,
Mhm.
let's move on to
We just move on to the next campaign, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
the darker part of
It
that
was
night.
all a dream.
no, this never happened. What?
Why are you bringing back our trauma? What do you want?
Who authorizes?
Honestly, specifically Fellheart.
I hate this guy. Dude.
No, Fellheart's
He wants
cool.
to
That was
relive.
not
He wants to
Fellheart.
relive it.
Yes, please.
Haven't I been humiliated enough?
Starting with Bentley.
Oh god, y'all talking about humiliation. So this whole confrontation pops off at the ball, right? All of the professors go running out because there's some sort of threat that's outside of the ballroom. And then when they go running out with upperclassmen ball, the door is sealed, so they can't get back in. So we're in this room, and nobody knows what's going on. And then this grand chandelier that Marcy had apparently spent the entire school budget on or something for this ball comes falling down, and it falls on top of Silas, which you may or may not know is Cain's like favorite person in the entire universe.
It's like
So
his
obviously we all go and we're trying to pull the chandelier off of Silas, but it quickly becomes known that the chandelier is enchanted in place, and we're all level 1. We're not really sure how to fix that. So everybody's scrambling for a solution, and then Salem sort of is revealed to be possessed, which is a different storyline that Tim can give you more information on. And when Salem is possessed, a lot of these shadow creatures kind of like appear, and they start possessing other people on the dance floor too. Jasper and Zeke are capital like enemy number 1 and enemy number 2 because they're like some of the strongest people right now. So we're all just trying to keep them confined so they don't go and basically start killing us. Bentley got his shit rocked. Bentley hit the floor. And I was of no help during that because I hit the floor and I stayed on the floor. Like, it was in that one, not getting up. Sorry, gang, figured out.
Taking a nap.
EP sleepy. EP sleepy. As Billy mentioned, the chandelier fell on Silas. That was very traumatizing for Cain. Once, and it didn't get any better. Zeke and Bentley were possessed, and he went to go help with or it's not Zeke and Bentley. Zeke and Jasper were possessed. He went to go help with the Jasper situation, alongside Panic, Monty, and Tim. But before that scenario started, he'd also gotten some attacks through on people like Ava and Nina, who are
You did?
Jasper did. Jasper did. And so every close NPC I have made so far was down, and it was very traumatizing for me. We were notified that a nat 20 was incoming from Jasper when it came to our time to shine. And before I proceed to fail the dex roll for that, I was sure to impose disadvantage, which removed that nat 20 from Jasper, which promoted Panic and Tim to do some cool stuff that Tim will talk about when it's his turn.
So when shit started to hit the fan, before that happened, Camry was like, "Ugh, I'm thirsty. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be back." And at first, I was like, you know what? I should probably go with her, but I don't know. I didn't, and I should have. So she leaves. So shit hits the fan, and fucking Marcy's on the fucking floor because of Zeke big headed ass. And it's just like, yo, I can't take this man down. I can't. I can't. I'm pretty sure Misty was kind of tweaking a little bit, but Kai was like, "Hey, yo, big bitch, get him!" And it's just like, I could try. So Misty did end up tackling Zeke to the floor. He didn't roll well. He didn't roll well. I got very lucky that he didn't body slam me into the floor. So we all got on top of Zeke and we were just pounding on him. Pop, 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 pop. And we kept him restrained until help. That was a thing. I'm so sorry. I have to apologize to him when I see him. I know it was just not it.
So as they mentioned, this big chandelier fell on Silas due to the possessed Salem. which I presume is the spirit that she has been talking to for the last few weeks now. Which I was skeptical of, but then they all made me feel like it was okay, and so I just want to, not probably not the best time, but like I told you so almost, Anyways, so Chandelier falls, and I go to help as well, but yeah, that shit's enchanted. Can't get it off of him. Then we see that Jasper and Zeke are taking over, so I go to take on Jasper because he's near the door in which like the Magitetra Smarties are trying to like decrypt like this magic door that was like locked with Magitetra technology. So to keep Jasper off of him, I go to help. And as Cain mentioned, he hits a disadvantage on Jasper, which allows me and Panic to reverse Nat 20 him by getting our own Nat 20s. So I basically hold on to Jasper, just hold him in place while Panic just beats the shit out of him. He's getting haymakers left and right, which basically wins us that little duel going on there before things start to kind of get worse. For at least for me and Cain.
Now, lastly, not everyone who attended the ball ended up leaving the ball. Can you all share your unique perspective on how your character was impacted by the loss of their loved ones?
Oh God, it was awful. Bentley didn't have a personal relationship with Silas in Salem, but they had been going to classes consistently with these individuals, and they were pretty active online. Salem more so than Silas. So when it came to fruition that they did not survive the confrontation, a lot of things went through Bentley's head. He felt really terrible about it's the shine in the back. He kind of looks like a t-shirt design. Uh, it really threw me. It really threw my whole train of thought. But for he felt really bad about Silas because he knew that Silas had a very close relationship with Cain, and Cain was not emotionally regulating during the confrontation once everything was winding down for obvious reasons. And then for Salem, Salem spent a lot of time with Tim, and he had been in the same spaces as Salem, at least in science, so he knew that Salem was struggling a little bit in school. So it was kind of also that added pressure of I'm also not doing very great at Solstice Academy, and I don't know if this just happens to people that aren't doing well, or if this is like the people that aren't sort of divine act, or so it's very scary. You don't really think that things like this are going to happen in the first year.
Yeah, Cain was is it out of it for sure. Seeing Silas, who without a doubt probably the closest person he had at school, kind of turn into light, was heartbreaking to say the least. Cain didn't know what to do. he just didn't know what to do. He seen that happen. It really shook him, and adding on top of the fact that anyone else that he's close with was being rushed to the hospital, he felt very alone and very powerless in that moment, and he's gonna miss his big brother a lot.
I was so distracted by the chat here. It says notice that Nina isn't the closest. And then I did respond with Silas was his first love.
Mhm.
And then DM says, and only love.
Hey, you said that? Oh my
You
god, I can't believe
you
it.
guys are the worst.
Shit. What? What was I going to say? before I was distracted by this chat. Oh yes, I did not know them closely, Silas and Salem. Um, Obviously Misty, as we all know, tackled Roman and tried to get close to him, but obviously he kind of like pushed her away.
Mm.
He did not want that, and
Mm-mm.
that's totally fine. And Salem, I exchanged numbers with her and we were talking. She ended up making me like a little mixtape of songs, as how she perceived me. It, mm, it was nice.
Yeah, what songs were on that mixtape?
Oh, man. Fuck, I don't know. Let me see if I can pull that up here. I can't remember.
I have it pulled up.
I bet you do, DM.
Would you like me to read the songs aloud?
Yeah, sure. Since you have it.
Uh, let's see. You're So Dark by the Arctic Monkeys. I'm Not Your Toy by La Rue. Bad Reputation by Joe and Jet. Control by Halsey. Cruel by St. Vincent. And Villain by Stella Zhang.
W songs.
Do you feel like those songs accurately depict you?
No, not really. But I don't think they do. But just to be nice, it was nice that she made something for me. Because I like to keep things. Um, and obviously she asked me if I could stay away from Roman respectfully, and he will quote unquote approach me when he's ready, which he won't. We all know he won't. Um,
He's not ready. He's not...
he won't. Um, and now finding out that she's gone, respectfully, I will keep my distance from Roman as her last wish.
Uh, Salem wasn't just Tim's best friend, but was the person that he really liked, and to see them kind of just turn to ash before he got the chance to pursue that uh future is pretty heartbreaking. They were making plans and stuff like that. Obviously the ball was supposed to be the super fun night. We finally convinced Roman to to leave his room because obviously he had quote unquote COVID. So we convinced him to go to the doctor, get that negative test, and then come out here and hang out. And his first time being out the room, he also sees his friend turn to ash. So it was pretty heartbreaking. Um, and he almost kind of blames himself in a way because he was like, this stupid fucking spirit that I've been so fearful of. I should have been a little more, not only fearful but more level headed and actually tried to, fix things instead of just being scared of it.
And and last but not least, let me open. Is my mic on? Yeah. Okay. There we go. And last but certainly not least, if you all could take a moment to share the details of your text role plays, which cover the aftermath and how your characters decompress after a night of horror, starting with Cain.
Starting with Cain.
Well, did
Um,
Bentley die?
so Cain started out talking to Felhart, his mind racing to kind of figure out what happened, um, and see if he could be any help. He talks to Felhart a little bit about if this is a scenario like the kid he initially warned about in the first day of dark magic class, where that kid got like consumed by dark magic, but he was still savable. He wasn't fully gone. Felhart essentially said he didn't know. Whether he did or not is to be determined, but that's what he said at face value. Um, Cain then proceeded to ask if he knew what the whatever entities were hosting or being hosted by Salem and Silas, if he knew what was said, because he was out of he was locked out of the ball during that time. He said no, so Cain kind of gave him the rundown of the conversation between those entities before they turned to ash and light. And leaving Fellhart and Ethan to kind of do their own decompression and investigation that they was going to be necessary for later. He then walked up to Silas's like light source, I guess, to see if there was anything left of him, and there wasn't much, but there was a charred key that he found that he is now holding on to, now that he'll hope to find where that key fits into. After that, he spoke to Panic because of the whole Nat 20 performing really well, being prepared for situations like these. Panic kind of divulged that it wasn't preparation on his part, but the lack of preparation by whatever targeted us, because they didn't think there would be upperclassmen or so many upperclassmen there to kind of like protect the first years. And then he tried to use that moment to kind of learn more about the school and about Panic, which triggered the hex that he's been holding on to, that he's been buffering, that was buffering above his head through the whole Ava situation and why Panic was here in the first place. And he got the hex from Panic and is now Panic's thrall, which kind of just means he's kind of like Panic's lackey. The hex is pretty bad. It's like disadvantage on dex rolls and things that require precision. During that time, he was also
Pause. Your Panic's lackey?
yeah.
Does it say for how long? Dude, what?
Well, hexes last 8 campaigns, a full moon cycle.
Jesus Christ.
And that's just the hex. The lackey thing, I have no idea. Panic literally used the words, "I'm gonna take a page out of Bob's book. You are now my lackey." While he was talking to Panic, he was texting Kieran because he was also trying to wrap his head around the earlier conversation with the wellness team. And Kieran kind of gave him a rundown that that vampires have covens, and it depends on the vampire how those covens work. There's ways to just hunt and be an aggressive, controlling vampire, and the other one's kind of like a seduction vampire, where it's like you kind of lead through charisma and seducing people into your coven, which both are not great for Cain, but he understood and was appreciative of that information from Kieran and hopes to speak to Kieran more about that as he progresses in this kind of like in his vampiric journey. Right after that, he spoke to Amani as Amani was going to head to the hospital. He was warned by Luca to drink some blood before going to the hospital because there's a lot of blood around, and being stressed and hungry is a bad combination. So he asked Imani, who was the closest person he had that was still like up and okay, if he could drink some of her blood. He proceeded to roll a nat 20 in charisma, which made her extremely comfortable with the idea. And she kind of parted her hair away from her neck, so giving him access to it. They both proceeded to fail con rolls once he bit into her, which caused Luca to have to remove him from Amani. And he took so much blood from Amani that Amani had to go home and rest, and she was no longer going to the hospital. Cain felt really bad about that. And Luca gave him a little bit of a pro tip, which is if you're going to feed on someone, make sure they're going to rest afterwards, because usually it gets the person extremely tired because they're losing blood. He then went to the hospital. He spoke to Tim, who was also there, with Roman, and he kind of expressed his own condolences because he knew that Salem was really close with him and Roman. They talked about meeting up for Elemental Blitz to kind of get their mind off things in this next session. And for the first time, Cain spoke to Roman. Didn't really go well. He tried to speak to Roman, and Roman kind of cut him off
For
twice
the
and then
first
walked
time,
away.
Cain spoke to Roman, but Roman did not speak to Cain.
Yeah, exactly. That exactly. But with a very bad perception roll, Cain now believes Roman and himself can be the bestest of friends because they share a lot in common. So Roman
wait to
is
see
probably gonna get more approached by Cain in the next in the foreseeable future, and that was kind of the end of his role plays.
Um. Okay. So before leaving the ball, Misty and Cambria were talking. Um, Cambria was crying because of the whole, situation that went down or whatever, and how she was worried that Kai would be upset with her and basically wanted Misty to go talk to Kai for her. And at first, Misty was like, why on earth would I do that? I'm not benefiting anything by talking to Kai. Um, but, through some talking, she decides to go talk to Kai and, um, Dom to Dom, I guess. Kai is allowing Misty to be in the theater during their meeting so she could also be there for Cambria when she has her talk with Kai. But Kai also warned her that, um, she's part of the audience, so basically don't act out. Um, and I will shut the fuck up. Well, maybe we'll see. Depends on the roles. Um, So then I told Cambria that, that she'll be there during her little meeting or whatever. And Misty wanted to walk Cambria to her dorm, right? And hopefully stay there because I just, I should stay with someone tonight, Like we should all stick together. That was Kat's brain thinking. And also Misty wanted to stay with someone tonight. But Cambria was like, no. And Cambria wanted to walk her home, but I'm like, no, because this predator, I know they're watching me. So that would not be a good idea because you're also gonna get dragged. So, Misty was about to leave until she talked to Ba and was like, hey, can you walk me to my dorm? He agreed, but obviously he wanted me to send him a video of me using my pleasure box. Uh... so Misty obviously has to do what he says because that's the boss man.
That's not what you call him.
Listen,
Yeah, that isn't what you call him.
shut up. He's not here right now. I'm just doing a recap.
Um,
I'm just doing a fucking
what makes
recap.
you so sure he's not here?
He's not here right now. I'm in a safe space.
What makes you so sure he's not here?
I'm in a safe space.
It's very
There's gonna
simple
be a
for him to
boss,
appear.
right? There's gonna be a boss fight that they create specifically for this moment.
Oh, looky here. Who's that?
respect on his name.
No. I'm trying to tell a story.
He wants to hear the story.
Man, fuck this guy. This is why I called him a lunatic earlier. Like,
I hate to pull out the receipts, but I'm keeping timestamps, right? So like timestamp from 15 to 16 was talking about how Misty's getting fucked by everybody but Ba. But now we're on timestamp 121 to 123 and we're talking about fuck Ba. You don't want to associate with Ba.
That
I'm going through it, okay?
you raise a great point, Diana, as I'm also looking now into the Hall of Fame where it says, I can't fall in love with Ba. It was a setup from the government.
Okay, wow. I can't believe this right now.
I
What's
think
up
we
in the
should
government?
make the tinfoil hat toggle for Misty because this is the
Ba,
third government quote.
Ba was a Solstice industry plant.
This was a plan from the beginning, from the government. Anyways, okay, Daddy Ball, okay? So she ends up making the video for him. Well, no, I can't remember the order. But no, I can't remember the order. I think she sent the video and then he sent her a screenshot of her grade for the second semester, and it's just like I was already going to get an A. So I meant for the third semester I want an A. So basically the deal that they had was no fucking deal, really.
Yeah, I knew he had something up his fucking sleeves.
Like he just
Wait, so when you said I want you to change my grade, the grades for second quarter hadn't posted yet. So
Uh-huh.
he just changed your A to an A?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I knew it was something, dog.
W Ba.
So like I was so fucking mad, but I didn't say like
You gotta
I
send
just
him
said
the
thank
video.
you. I just said thank you, Daddy, because you know what? He could have just not given me that A regardless. Even if I did the work, he'd probably put an F in, knowing him. So
T motherfucking E.
fucking So now she rolls to do the video. She rolls like an 8. Like it was not a good roll, but Misty thinks she did great. So she sends it to Ball, and she also sends it to
It's another person?
yeah, she sends it to Luca because
Whoa! What? Luca's back on the market. Okay.
Ba's not gonna like
Yeah.
that. He hacks your phone. He knows what you're sending it.
Man. Oh yeah, I forgot. I keep forgetting. Yo, I should have wrote all this shit down. Basically, Ball was like, "Yo, as long as I have you to the mornings, I don't really care what the fuck you do." That is what he said to me. So I'm keeping that in mind. And obviously there's other guidelines, but I don't need to go through all that. But we set some rules. So if I
There's a
follow
rule
the
book.
rules, I'm good. So I sent it to Luca, and Luca gave me a thumbs up, meaning that he probably liked it. So now Misty's chilling in her fucking room after posting the video, feeling good about herself. And then what the fuck just happened? Her phone glitches and she gets a message. Oh fuck, what the hell? She gets this message from the predator. Hold on, let me read this word for word because
I'm under your bed.
Why did you have this picture on lock?
She had to have been.
Okay, so the message says the hunt's gone digital. So
What?
Yeah.
Comes
So
out the phone.
yeah, that's the message she got on her phone, and she's like, "What?" So she tries to screenshot it and send it to Ball and be like, "Yo, should I be worried?" But then the message doesn't go through. Her phone starts glitching, and it's just like, okay, so I'm fucked. So she tries to do her little math skill or science, do like the arcane meter, trying to see how strong the magic is to the door, and then she tried using her spell book to break the window. She tried breaking the window. Nothing was fucking working, bro. And they gassed my bedroom. They gassed my bedroom. So I
Yeah,
don't have that
What?
much time left.
what is the image that I'm looking at right now?
So Missy's like, this is the thing, trying to break the
She got hit with anesthetics in her voice.
so freaky.
You living in a whole different game over there, like you good?
Yeah, girl, Missy was struggling, bro. Like she tried to send help message, SOS, that shit not going through. So she ended up passing out on the floor, but the door finally unlocks, and then she can see someone wearing heels, and that's the last thing she saw before like knocking out. So that's what happened to me. Ugh.
Gang. I'm sitting here talking about my owls, and you have a whole death threat being issued to you.
Missy
Death
was
threat. She just got
struggling that night.
kidnapped.
Yeah.
That might have been Kai. It's the
Oh,
only person I know who does that shit.
That's
damn.
Kai coded.
Yeah. He'd put on the heels just to, like, dissuade anybody from thinking it was him.
Kai
Give him
would
a
own
I
couple.
feel like I
heels.
know who
Give
it
him a
is,
couple
bro.
exchanges.
I know who it is. It's well, obviously it's someone from Magic Tech World because those are the people who can hack your fucking phone.
Those are the
So
bullies.
Yeah, but I
whoever
also don't know if they just be having gas grenades over there.
they probably do. They make technology and shit.
I didn't
Yeah.
see those in the I didn't
Yeah,
see those in the tech lab.
You're in the
Nah,
terrorist.
you're a freshman
You're,
because you don't
yeah,
see that yet.
you're in the terrorist
I
house,
don't see
man.
the students. I'll see the gas.
I'm gonna be
Nah,
honest with
man.
you.
grenades.
If you ran up on Ash right now and be like, "Hey, can you slide me like a gas grenade?" He's gonna open his coat and have 10. Like,
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Tim, I don't know, man.
I'll do some investigations on who's sticking like an exhaust pipe in your room. Anyways, what happened with me after the whole thing? after, after everything went down, I had went to Salem's, cremated remains, and I went through them, and I found the book. I'm assuming it was like the title of the book. I think it just burnt up, and all I managed to get was the title of it. And so I found the book she took out during the library earlier in that day. And on my way to the hospital to go check up on Rosalind because she was badly injured during this whole ordeal. I told off Felhart and Ethan, which is my first time even speaking to Ethan pretty much this entire fucking time. So that felt pretty good. And Felhart was doing his stupid fucking riddles and wisdom bullshit, and I didn't have so I just kind of ended it there and then went straight to the hospital after all that. And I was sitting there hanging out. Roman came with me, so we were both sitting there, and this is when Cain approaches, and he mentions to me he wants to go to the field and practice a little bit to get our minds off of things. And I invite Roman, but Roman says that he has a date with the library. And I make a joke, and Cain laughs and tries to respond, and Roman is he uh, maybe he didn't hear the joke, so he's just continues to talk to me. Um, and then at one point, I think Cain says something to him again, and so Roman just gets up and leaves. And he goes
That's exactly what
to quote unquote fill up his water bottle. And so it was just left to be at Cade for a little bit, and we were just chatting before he ended up leaving to go do the rest of his stuff. And so then I was just sitting there waiting for Roman to get back, and that's basically what happened to me.
Let's see. Post fight in the ballroom. Bentley had a lot of people checking up on him. Like the nat one was nasty. The way he took his dirt nap was just unprecedented. So he was communicating with Quinn and, by proxy Lyra, because Quinn and Lyra are sort of an item right now. Not sure if they're dating, but they were an item at the ball. And he was kind of asking, like, hey, are they still fine? And Quinn's like, bro, are you okay? And, Bentley's just kind of sitting there, like, rubbing the back of his head because it's like, like, it wasn't that bad, but it was that bad. And then Luca checks up on him and they started talking back and forth. And Luca was talking about how if you smoke and you drink and you do any of that, he should probably stop because it's kind of time to, like, lock in. And it's easy to let those types of habits get the best of you in times of distress. And then after that, he also touched base with Sarah, and Sarah talked a little bit about Silas and Salem's situation, and they disclosed that they didn't find any sort of remnants of like their souls being destroyed when they had become ashes. So Sarah's kind of under the impression that they were reclaimed by like whatever gods had originally laid claim to them when they became supernatural beings. So they talked about that a little bit. And it was kind of like, oh, I'll look into it. I care about these people. I'm a good person, so I want to help recover them. And he also spoke with Felhart a little bit before he had left the ballroom. And Felhart was kind of just talking about how this is just one of those risks that you run when you have any sort of deals or negotiate with gods. It's kind of like driving a car. Every time you get into a car, you kind of just accept the risk that you may get into an accident, but you can spend your entire life driving and it never happened. After all of that, he ends up spending the night with Ezra and Kai in Ezra's room, and they talk a little bit about the new classes that dropped because once you get into your second year, they have like more specialized courses you can take depending on what sort of core classes you were good at.
Which finally brings us into chapter 12, otherwise known as the Reconstruction Files. Let me just move some things around. Aha. Now then, thank you all for the lovely recap of the previous chapters. Am I unmuted?
I can hear you.
Okay. Now that we have captured those events on record, I am happy to bring us Chapter 12 of the Solstice campaign, entitled The Reconstruction Files. This name references the information we pieced together from the corrupted past files, as well as the pieces you'll be picking up with your classmates and professor in the mandatory session of Coven Courtesies. Classes and assignments have been suspended until further notice for the third grading quarter. Salem and Silas are gone, but life seems to have moved on for everyone but the first year class. The night ended in a way that no one could have prepared for. Several lay in critical condition, while those who were in good health nursed the wounds of their mental health. The threat of what lay beyond the walls of Solstice, as well as within them, was starting to weigh on everyone. So, players, of all of the challenges yet to come, could you share with us the most nerve-wracking thing that's on your character's mind, starting with Bentley?
The most nerve-wracking thing on Bentley's mind is he's thinking more so in the present because, there's that overwhelming and looming threat of what happened with Silas and Salem, but it's so outside of his scope of being able to understand and interact with. It's just kind of a general dread. His like overwhelming anxiety is interacting with the upperclassmen, both in the capacity of just being a student and being a TA in the science lab, because he knows that they're going to be intermingled with him. So it's just, what does that mean for me? and everybody's talking about like laying claim to the underclassmen and them having some sort of protection ring. They're talking about it like you're moving around in mob spaces with the mafia, and it's like I just want to go to school.
For Cain, I think the most nerve-wracking thing is just that he doesn't really know how to kind of proceed right now. The school's on hiatus. His closest friend is gone. All of his other friends are ER. So he's just kind of, the similar sentiment from the night before. It's just he's really alone and doesn't know what to do with himself. He's trying to make plans because he knows if he stands still, he'll break down again. Um, that being said, he's also really anxious about his nighttime sequence because Professor Dustmore asked him to be the TA for the night shift this day, and from what he's told, it's a lot of upperclassmen who, like mentioned, for them it's perceived like as normal. This didn't really happen to them, so.
Obviously, I'm worried about Misty. Last night was really fucking bad. She's probably all tied up on the floor, beaten up. Mm. Um,
She's gonna need a hospital trip too.
probably. Yeah. Um, and obviously worried about fucking Marcy, cause like she wanted to like go see them in the morning or whatever. Well, oh my god, I forgot. I was supposed to see Ba in the morning too. Well,
It's all falling apart.
He has the rules. You have to follow the rules.
I
Follow the
fucked up already, dog.
rules.
I fucked up.
Don't get messed up the
I
first
fucked
day.
up.
He's gonna get mad.
He is.
It ain't called a ball knitting club. It's the ball bite club, bro.
He's giving you an F.
I'd cry.
What do I have scheduled for today? I'm in the hospital. Then I go to Elemental Blitz, and then I don't have a night sequence necessarily.
And I, did I stop bouncing for real? I did stop.
I think Tim kind of just is. He's still feeling the effects of yesterday. So honestly, anything that's happened in the last 24 hours is still weighing on him heavy. He's hoping that everyone turns out okay. Again, he's at the hospital, kind of waiting to see how Rosalind is going to end up, how serious it is. And then obviously he's having practice with Riven and Cain to kind of clear his mind, and so hopefully he can take his anger out on the field and not on anybody else. And then he's definitely not going to feel too keen on going to Coven Courtesies later on during the day because
Crashed out on Ethan.
yeah. Well, no, it's not even because he's not even scared. He just doesn't want to fucking be in the same room as Ethan right now. He's still pretty fucking pissed off. Because all of his suspicions that he's had about the school since day one have basically been true, but it's been true tenfold, and it's now directly affected him.
Fair.
Well, all right then. Bentley, could you please do us the honors of reading the caption?
Oh yeah, there it is. Chapter 12, The Reconstruction Files. We was supposed to dance, not survive. Ezra's estate, Misty's manor, wellness wing lobby. Some wounds don't bleed, they echo.
Bitch, I'm in darkness. I'm in complete fucking darkness.
Ooh.
No, if we had like the camera enhance on this PC, I see like some spots of light. I feel like you're in somebody's trunk or something.
It was the morning after a tragedy. Some of the students decided to spend time indoors, others saw the opportunity to get ahead in their classwork. Misty and Bentley had retreated to their rooms, and as you've heard, Misty had quite the eventful night, while Bentley visited Ezra's room for the very first time. Bentley, Kai, and Ezra decompressed about the events that night while preparing to face their pack leader the following morning. Cain and Tim, on the other hand, spent the night in the wellness wing lobby, hoping to be the first to hear updates about their injured friends. They were accompanied by Roman, Sarah, Quinn, and the upperclassman known as Lyra. Roman had long since dozed off, while Sarah, Quinn, and Lyra were no stranger to late nights. They were running on Red Bull coffee and hours of gaming on Lyra's Switch. Let's take a moment to describe our usual morning routine, which includes breakfast, morning communications, and special items. For those of you who are at the hospital, the institution has kindly provided you with hospital breakfast catered to your particular needs. Additionally, take some time to tell us what is the current priority for your character. So, Kane, they walk by and hand you a vial. Tim, they walk by and hand you a fistful of pills, tablets.
Here's a little extra today, buddy.
In the morning sequence for like us going through a routine, would Bentley have time to stop by his store to pick up his breakfast?
I don't think you can do that.
LOL, he is going to the bathroom with his little travel bag and he is obviously brushing his teeth, brushing his hair, changing into his clothes, thinking about breakfast and be like, damn, I should have ordered something. But that's okay. When he comes out of that bathroom, he has Zeke and Marcy's flowers ready because, his pack's in that hospital. And he don't know if Zeke's mad at him. Zeke really, decked him and it's like, that felt personal.
I felt like it wasn't a possession.
It should be noted, two things should be noted though. One, Ezra does share his breakfast, and Ezra's breakfast is very similar to Bentley's breakfast in the sense that there's some normal elements to it, like roasted potatoes and things like that, but a lot of the meat elements are a little bit on the rawer side, if it ever touched a flame. Kai takes one look at that and just, no, that's all you. That's all you. And
He's like,
additionally, for everyone, today is the day that your allowance hits. Kane, you finally received the full extent of your allowance.
My money's back.
for now.
Thank
Room's
God
gonna
I
be
had like
full.
$7.
Yeah.
I had 5.
How much did I might have hit 0. I don't even know. But no, I had 34.
We need to do better.
It's my turn, right? Sorry.
Yes.
I'm confused.
I was just updating my thing. So Kane, he gets this little vial. uh, he's sitting at like a bench in front of like a window. He looks to like Tim and goes like breakfast on, like pops the blood. And his priority right now is just hoping Nina's okay. He's every now and then throughout the night he's been like going up to if there's like a window or anything to make sure she's like her chest is still inflating, deflating, and all that stuff. He's just been anxious waiting for her to wake up.
Tim, we're gonna have to fast forward to you because Misty's going through something.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering what was gonna go on with that. Yeah. So I'm stretching because I've been sitting in a chair for like ever. It's been a while since I've stood up all night almost. I took a couple snoozes in this chair, but obviously sleeping in one is not as good as sleeping in like a bed. And I down this fistful of pills. Drink my. Did they give me water with it too? Or am I just raw dogging these?
You have water, yes.
Okay, yeah. So I drink my water. Uh, Cain looks over. He's taking his vial, so I give him like a wave, then I just down my pills as well. I look over to Roman. He's probably chowing down on his fucking 3-course breakfast like he does every morning. Just just chowing away on his fucking pancakes. And I kind of just sit patiently waiting to see what's going on. Rosalind and stuff too.
So, one thing to note here is Roman kind of like leans over to Tim and goes, do you want me to order some breakfast?
No, I'm not in the mood for. Is that assuming that he didn't listen to me, or is that just a funny joke?
This is a
He
funny
got his
joke.
paycheck.
I need to know which one it is.
Mhm.
I'm not really feeling too hungry this morning. Pills will suffice.
If you say so. And Kai is going to look at his phone and be like, Pookie, you might be, you should find some time, at least after class, to, you know what, never mind. I'm gonna let it be a surprise.
What?
What? I'm not. I'm not psychologically prepared for surprises right now. Is it a good surprise?
It's a good surprise.
You promise?
I promise.
Can I get a hint?
No.
Damn. You know, at least I asked, because maybe you would have given me a hint.
You
But
know
I guess
what?
not.
Keep that energy.
Okay, now I'm nervous again.
Now, Cain, could you please read the caption from the next yearbook page?
Yes, I can. Oh man. The wellness wing is full, and so are the hearts of those left behind.
Through the curative powers of magic and holistic wellness, those who were at their worst last night had found stability in the morning. For Bentley, the steady rhythm of the hospital machines filled the quiet as Zeke sat upright, staring out the window at the soft glow of dawn. His reflection looked foreign, pale, heavy with guilt, but when his silly little pack entered the room, he couldn't help but grin. Hey, guess someone's still happy to see me. He mothered, voice low but touched with warmth. Good to know I didn't scare everyone off.
I'm gonna ask how you doing, but I feel like the tone said enough. Who we vegan? He says while putting the flowers he got him to the side. I'm assuming most hospitals have like a pre-established like vase or cup for things like that. This seems like a nice facility, so I'm gonna say he puts it there preemptively.
Oh, never mind that. Are you all okay?
I would say I'm pretty okay. I think Kai and Ezra like basically are okay, but I'm gonna assume that was psychologically stressful. But how are you? You're the one in the hospital.
Kai and Ezra are going to kind of nod off, kind of saying like, yeah, 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 we're fine. Like, yeah, I'm okay. It's always a good time when I get to fight my pack leader. It's not like I'm challenging you for your alpha position or anything like that, but anyways, we're fine.
Bentley sweating.
Zeke's going to kind of chuckle, but it's going to like just kind of tamper off and he's going to say, I'm as fine as I can be, given everything that's happened, but probably gonna stay in here for the rest of the day just to make sure there's no remnants.
I mean, yeah, that I feel like that makes a lot of sense. I don't really know what kind of medical procedure they have for like possession, but it feels like a good idea.
All right. Um, did you all get any new information since last night?
Sarah told me a little bit about, obviously what happened with Silas and Salem. She said, after they, oh God, I don't want to be more, but I don't know how to describe it. After they dispersed, she doesn't think that their souls was like destroyed or anything. She thinks that whatever gods that they belong to took them back. She's kind of worried about the same thing happening to her because she works for a god named Kasuth. So they most likely alive, and I feel like that's good news. I'm waiting for Coven Courtesies to ask some questions to Professor Ethan, and if Felhar's there, Felhar. If Felhar's not there, I might just have to schedule an appointment with him. But they don't really tell us stuff here.
Oh, yeah. The nurse said something about Coven Courtesies later tonight, but um, we'll see what happens. I guess they plan on answering our questions there.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't end up coming, I don't think you should like overdo it. We could definitely let you know what they say. Uh, I kind of feel like they're gonna be talking in circles only because I don't feel like what happened was supposed to happen or that's ever happened. But I don't know. I'm hoping that they give us a little more than what we got.
Um, well, it really means a lot to me that you guys came to see me. Um, have any of you heard from Marcy? No, I haven't, says Kai. Ezra just kind of gives a shrug.
Uh, Lassie is. Oh, how do I describe this? You know how she kind of she feels very like untouchable. She's never really talked to me one on one, and she hasn't been real active in the group chats. I kind of thought that she would be somewhere in the hospital. I haven't seen her yet. I'll definitely let you know. Maybe I'll run into her before we get to Coven Courtesies. She probably out there jogging, to be honest. I don't feel like you can keep her down long.
That would be best case scenario, he says. And for the rest of the moment, the pack kind of catches up on the little things, skirting around the impending dread of having to attend Coven Courtesies. Meanwhile, for Cain, Nina awoke.
Yay.
Nina awoke with a strangled gasp, her body trembling beneath the hospital blanket. The sterile scent of antiseptic flooded her senses before her eyes focused on Cain beside her. She flinched, a soft yelp escaping. Then recognition washed over her, followed by tears. Cain! She whimpered, reaching for him with shaking arms. I was so scared. I thought it was happening again. Her voice broke as she buried herself in his chest, crying softly against the comfort of being alive.
Uh, Cain obviously, embraces her, holds her. Um, uh, I'm here. I'm here. You're okay. But and then a little bit of confusion. Again?
Have you? Where is everyone? Where's Noelle?
Um, while Noel was working on whatever magic was on the door, I think it like he overstimulated himself or the magic got to him in a blast, and he's last I checked he's in another room.
Well, we have to go see him. And Nina attempts to get up, but it's as if her legs don't work. Definitely too soon.
Nina, you need to
Falling.
rest.
Nina is falling.
Oh my god. Well, I'm
Safe
already
level.
I'm only already holding her, right? Can I just kind of like tighten so she doesn't fall?
I feel like I should make him dex roll.
That's in I'm already holding her.
Ian, Ian, don't make him do that. Don't make him do that.
Can I get a motion for appeal?
No.
Ben!
You're
Fine,
able
let him have it.
you're able to prevent her from hurting herself further in this moment. However, she seems very adamant. She's like, I really want to go see Noel. You know, I don't know if anybody else is gonna visit him. He's probably waiting for me to come in there. He doesn't know that I passed out. She grossly undersells the trauma that she went through.
Yeah, Nina, if anything, he is probably in a better state than you are right now. You got
I
really
feel
hurt.
amazing.
No, Nina, you need to at least let a doctor check on you before you get up again.
Okay, then I'm going straight to Noel.
That's fine. We can
Yeah.
go there together. Just you need to get okayed first, and right now you're not okayed.
Nina proceeds to lean over and she's pressing the call nurse button like she's smashing a video game controller.
Just get this guy out of my room.
They're gonna show up. Unfortunately, a lot of us were put in the hospital. I'm pretty sure they're kind of overbooked right now.
It's okay if I keep pressing it, they're gonna think that something happened and they're gonna come quicker. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe if I scream.
No, don't do that. don't don't do that. No, then they're gonna no.
Cain spends an ungodly amount of time.
Help!
Cain spends an ungodly amount of time trying to keep Nina stable while they await to hear further news from the holistic wellness team. Meanwhile, as Roman and Tim entered the recovery room, Rosalind's head slowly turned, disbelief flickering in her tired eyes. For a moment, she said nothing. Then her lips trembled, eyes welling. You. You came? She whispered, voice thin but laced with awe.
Okay. I was scared to lose another one, so I wanted to come in and check on you.
And Roman says, I just go where he goes.
Pinnacle of compassion right there.
I brought a +1 with me.
Rosalind, lip quivering, says, I I didn't think anyone would. Not with Amani and Jasper still down. A fragile smile cracked through her tears. Guess I was wrong. I'm really glad that you did. Her fingers gripped the blanket, grounding herself in their presence.
Yeah, I'm just glad you're okay. Um, I didn't see Imani out there, but I'm assuming she's going through her own stuff, and I think Jasper's here, but in another room.
Mhm.
My bad. Technically speaking, he was panic, not me, but I'm just glad you're okay.
Yeah, Luca texted me earlier this morning. He said something about Amani not feeling well, so she's likely sleeping in this morning. So I just kind of figured I'd hang around until I got discharged, but it's good to have some visitors. Man, I guess our next assignment is to burn this school to the ground, huh?
What is happening?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be able to do it without without you. So
Hmm.
I'm glad you're standing. Uh,
Yeah, I saw that, and she takes out her phone, meaning that in her recovery, in the very least, she has done nothing but been on her phone. Yeah, so I saw that we're supposed to have a Coven Courtesies class today, and they're saying how they're gonna answer our questions. Mm. So they just had enough time to rehearse their answers to us? Is that what's gonna happen? What kind of dog and pony show do they think they're gonna play tonight?
yeah, I kind of already gave Ethan and Felhar a little piece of my mind before
Hmm.
coming here.
Hmm.
Um,
As you should have. As you should have.
this whole thing is just fucking absurd.
Hmm.
Um, and I genuinely feel like it was preventable.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, I have some questions prepared for them, so I'm going, even if they don't give us the answers, I'm going to make sure that they know exactly what I think about their failure to protect us.
Don't worry, I've been thinking of a couple of my own.
Hmm.
Had a long time to think, and
You
then
know,
of course I have the rest of the day.
we should compare questions, make sure we don't overlap, so we cover our ground.
All right, let me just look at these. Damn it.
These
You
guys are
don't
about to
have to.
roast. They're gonna roast these teachers today, bro.
You don't have to go into detail now. It's just
Okay.
going to be implied that you two kind of like go over these questions together to make sure that you
Ethan, why
guys
do
are
you
safe.
suck so much?
Honestly, it all started when I came out of the closet.
What? What did you say?
Yeah.
Is Ethan
Ethan's gay,
okay?
Ethan's gay confirmed.
So, Misty woke to the soft rustle of curtains, the chill of her unlatched window biting her skin. Her body sank into her bed, now arranged like a nest, her pillow replaced with a smooth satin pillowcase that smelled faintly unfamiliar. Beside her, an open library book rested on the sheets, its pages
What?
marked with diagrams of dragonborn anatomy and hunting strategies. Realization set in. Whoever had been here wasn't just watching her, they were studying her. The real question lingered like smoke. Why hadn't they attacked? So, Misty, if this was meant to scare you, did it work?
Misty. Yes. I was fucking horrified. I thought I was gonna fucking die. And now I'm in my bed with a satin. Like, hold on. She's checking her body to make sure like, they didn't cut her open or anything. Like, oh my god.
Why do you think they didn't strike you while you were asleep?
Maybe it wouldn't be fun if I was sleeping.
Would you tell anyone what happened or keep this close to see if they come back?
obviously it's morning time. So did I miss my time with Bob?
You have.
Jeez.
Uh, so Misty is going to message Ba and say, I was soft kidnapped. I'm sorry. She's also gonna message Marcy, and be like, I hope you're doing okay. I'll see you soon. But in the meantime, Misty is going to just do her morning routine as well. Might as well, because she still has to do other shit.
As Misty, could you give me a perception check?
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh? Oh?
Mm.
Misty, as you get up and you come to your senses, you 100% know that you are not alone in your room and somebody is in your bathroom.
They're still in there.
Run that back.
They're in her bathroom? Is that what you just said?
Her bed.
Yeah, her bathroom.
Oh god, awful.
Help! Help! Do something!
Someone's in my bathroom. Do I hear the water running? Can I use my thingy? Can I use my my enhanced hearing to?
Oh, your air spell.
You can use your enhanced hearing.
For the love of God! Wait, is that elemental? Wait, hold on.
That's a wisdom
Yeah.
roll.
Yeah, that was the roll.
I think my wisdom's 2. Do I get advantage? What the hell?
Oh
Thank
my!
you. Thank you.
God
I
Nobody
really
else rolled
damn.
appreciate
today.
this.
Nobody else rolled today.
Misty, as you turn on your enhanced hearing, you cast the air spell that allows you to improve your hearing, and for sound to carry, you can hear that the person is using your sink. It sounds like they're washing their hands. Just as you get a idea of where they are in the bathroom, you can hear them kind of like turn it off, shake their hands. They're drying it on one of your towels. It's likely that they're coming out right now.
Bro, Misty can't fight, dog. Hold on. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to put out a clone of myself, and I am going to hide underneath my bed.
Fucking do that.
I am exactly going to do that.
I want to clone of myself.
All right.
Get good, bro.
You've been rolling spectacularly so far. So go ahead and give me a juicy wisdom roll for casting that spell.
Alright, so just to confirm, I am doing a shadow clone of myself.
Yes.
Mimics my movements, but cannot attack while I hide somewhere. Okay.
Jesus Christ, man.
Alright, and given your rolls thus far, I will say that you find a decent hiding spot. Probably in like a closet or something. Just out of sight, out of mind. And you find it just in the nick of time because you could hear the bathroom door creaking open. What's going through your mind right now?
Misty might piss herself, to be honest. Who is this person in my room? How did
Guaranteed
they
it's
get
Luca.
in?
Guaranteed it's Luca.
I can't, like, please, like, she's peeking. Like, she makes sure she still has a good angle so she can see who the fuck is in her room. And she's going to snitch. She will snitch.
It's definitely Ba. You missed your morning time with him. He didn't miss his morning time with
No, I think it's Luca. I think it's Luca who like tucked her in and everything, took care of her type shit.
What do you have the shadow clone doing?
I'm having the shadow clone like
Shake.
like sit up in the bed, like um um yeah, sitting up on the bed, like having the blanket over, just like looking scared and confused.
So, as the door creaks open, you could see rubbing their hands on their pants is someone who feels strangely familiar. And they look to your shaken form
I knew it.
and they say, "Oh, you're up."
I knew it. He was taking care of her.
Now you're gonna give him a jump scare. Like I'm actually
Now you got to come out the closet. Look what he did.
just play people go. Just-
Wait, do I who listen. Well, no, can the shadow talk? Well, I never asked. Can the shadow talk?
The
I don't know.
shadow can talk.
Oh, it can. Okay, cool. So the shadow was like, response. Yeah, I'm awake. Um, did did you just? How long have you been here?
Like 3 minutes. I walked in, you were sleeping, realized I had to take a piss, took a piss.
This guy.
So unserious.
This guy.
Fucking hell. Um, the clone looks visibly stressed. Just, you have to be kidding me.
Yeah, I not, but you weren't awake.
Okay, so Misty is going to come. The real Misty is going to come out of hiding now.
Surprise!
And she is also going to just get some blanket and like wrap it around her body and
Two Misties are in the bed.
And Luca's like, "Whoa, double trouble!"
Whoa.
and she's just gonna be like, Luca, I'm so fucking scared.
To which Luca is going to place a hand on the back of his neck and he's going to be like, "Yeah,
He's like, "What?
that's what I wanted to talk to you about."
Am I seeing double?"
What do you mean?
Um, I don't really know how to say this, so I'm gonna just come out and say it. You remember that little arrangement that we had back when school first started? He said talking to like both of the Misties like like he hasn't realized that you've separated.
Uh-huh.
How many times do we end up doing that? Like, I guess that's irrelevant, but about that video you sent last night.
Luca. uh he's not understanding. She's like freaking out of something else. She doesn't care about the video she said.
And she starts freaking out, right? And he goes, "Look, it wasn't that bad, but I might have fucked up."
Whoa.
He posted it on Instagram. He's like, I was trying to save it, but
I might have fucked up, and the fact that you sent the video kind of confirms some of my suspicions of how badly I fucked up.
Get to the point, buddy. Like,
He wanna like get to the plot reveal.
And then like Misty just she's like sighing like, Luca, get on with it.
he's all started in middle school.
It started when I was 10 in my dad's basement.
So he slides his hand into his pocket. He looks kind of sheepish, like again he's trying to find a right way to say it. He's not the type of man to talk about, to have hard conversations like this. So obviously, that's why it's taking him 1,000,001 years. And he says, "So apparently, it's a bad thing for vampires to consistently drink from the same person."
Jesus Christ.
And at the time, I didn't know that. But I think I might have made you just a teeny tiny bit
Jesus.
obsessed with me.
How's the needle drop? You fucking kidding me?
Misty
She's like, I was assaulted in the middle of the night. This is not the time for this.
Does Misty assume Luca did this?
Look, I thought that by putting some physical distance between us, it would negate what I had done, but apparently there's a very specific way to negate it. I just don't know what that is.
You need to tell him that that wasn't the problem.
So Misty is like rubbing her temples, like trying to comprehend what's happening right now. She was already naturally obsessive over people, so like to her, this is just like, okay. She's going to ask, um, wh- what what do you want from me? Do you want me to just... We tried the distance. It's not gonna work. So I don't know what else to say or to do.
Oh shit, you not mad at me?
Luca, I nearly died last night. Like, I...
Yeah, I know, but the ball was insane. But
No,
really,
Luca, no! Like, she's like tearing up. No, Luca, you're not understanding.
uh,
You're doing the Luca thing.
Wait.
Finish your sentence. You're doing the Luca thing. Finish
Oh,
your sentence.
Luca, you know I have this upperclassman stalking me, and they were watching me through my window, and they gassed my fucking room, and they left this book here about dragons, anatomy. I don't know what to do.
So Luca's kind of sitting there getting yelled at by two Misties.
It's echoing.
LOL.
And he's a little bit confused, but at the same time, he's just like relieved because he thought he was gonna get yelled at for his actions tonight today. So this is a bonus. Um, and he's gonna say, yeah, I kind of figured something weird happened when I walked in. The room smells like
Ammonia.
people,
People.
but I
What do you
didn't.
mean, people? There's
Multiple.
more than one person in here?
You've had visitors? I wasn't gonna say anything. It's not my
Plural.
business.
Floral.
Bro, Luca, they're gonna cut my head off. Dude, like, I can't.
I doubt that. Pretty sure this is just some kind of upperclassman prank.
Luca, if the head gets cut off, it's on you now, dog.
Luca, you need to be more serious, bro. People are dying.
No, they've been leaving me notes and stuff. They've hacked my phone, and like, I think
Doesn't Ba hack your phone?
it's not him.
First of all, there's no reason why Luca should know that.
That's
There's no
valid. How
reason.
would
There's
you
no
know
Wait.
reason
that?
why Luca.
That means it was him.
Luca's gonna come over and look at the book. He's gonna like close it. He's examining it. He's gonna say, "Look, it's a library book. Maybe you could just take it to the library and see who checked it out."
Hmm?
Oh, the hearing his like idea just gave her like a light bulb. It's like, oh, yeah, and like I can figure out who borrowed the book, and then I can get their name, and then like
Fuck him up.
find a way to protect myself.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just some shitty upperclassman prank.
Okay, I feel a little bit better now. Thank you.
No problem. So, no hard feelings about accidentally turning you into my vassal?
Wait. Um. So being your vassal, it just means that I'm obsessed with you.
Uh, yeah. Yeah, that's all it means.
Can I perception roll this?
You absolutely can.
The DM sounded like they really wanted you
Oh,
to.
wait, no. You got a nat 20 on perception earlier and enhanced hearing activated. You 100% can tell that Luca's hiding some shit right now.
Get him, Misty.
So there's two Misties. There's two Misties.
Start dogging on him. Like, look.
Pull his pants down.
She's gonna
What?
give him the chance to explain, like give more info, like are you sure just the obsession?
You sure?
Are you sure about that?
Hold on. Yeah, it's just the obsession. I don't really know anything else. As soon as I know, I'll let you know.
Liar, cheater, deceiver.
Why do you gotta lie?
Punch him.
Like, I'm not mad at you and I'm not yelling at you. I just want to understand. So I guess I can't force you to tell me. I guess I'll go to the library and read about being a vassal since you don't want to tell me.
I don't think you're gonna find what you're looking for.
How he know to say that if he don't know anything about being a vassal?
Well, he's done 2 red flags so far. Number one, how the fuck does he know that Bob's hacking your phone? And number two, how does he know you can't find information on this?
Misty, you see this gif up here? You see this gif of Mahito? You need
I
to
think
start doing him like this. He's playing with their feelings.
I think Luca's part of the bike club. Or whatever that thing is fucking that Bob's running.
I don't think it'd be very successful if you were to actually put your hands on him, but I definitely think he wronged you. He's like trying to be play about it.
Send him one of these. It's a 2-on-1. I'm sure you guys can do it.
Okay, true. Sorry. So, I already rolled a nat 20 in perception, so I know he's lying, but like, I also can't force him to tell me.
Rolling
And
that
I
20 and kicking his ass.
You can, I don't know.
um
You can try to get him to
uh
tell you.
can I
Couldn't you use literature at this point? I don't know if bartering would be considered this, but
that is disadvantage for me.
You
But
can use literature to try and convince him to tell you.
that's
Emotionally
crazy.
appeal to him, bro.
it gives you a +1, so it'll negate the -1
All right.
at
I
least.
would like to try to convince him to tell me what he knows about being a vassal with
Gotcha.
a literature grade.
Hit the juicy roll.
What would you roll for that?
Charisma.
Charisma.
Well,
hmm
They're so close.
As 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 you try to mute,
oops.
as you try to appeal to his sensibilities, you get the notion that he's not going to crack today. He's going to take the W of not being upset with him for today, and that's all he could really handle for today. You get the impression that the disadvantages that you might have or advantages that he might have as your vampire is just way too heavy for him to want to open that can of worms.
All right. Um, fine. Um, so we're cool, or you gonna show up randomly?
I mean, we were always cool. You were the one that crashed out.
Ban this
She's
man
going
from the
to
chat.
side eye him.
Double side eye from the shadows.
Players, is there anything else that you would like to say to your friends before you move on to your next assignments?
I think we're okay to go to the next sequence.
Yeah, I think I'm good at the moment.
I'm chilling.
Misty, can you do us the honor of reading the caption?
All we wanted was to be normal. The universe heard and laughed.
That doesn't sound great.
W Universe.
W Universe.
The afternoon before Coven Courtesies were fruitful as our fated four, half of them decided to spend their time at the science lab, while the other half found comfort in the Blitz Field. I must say, who wants to go first?
Uh,
I guess we can go first, right?
yeah, how bad can it be?
How bad can it be?
Battle map pulls up.
Cain and Tim had convinced Riven to join them on the elemental Blitz Field, where they also needed to come to terms with the fact that the veil had fallen. Welcome, freshmen!
Oh
Fuck.
God!
Ba
No!
exclaimed.
Immediately a problem. Immediately a problem.
Ba exclaimed from the field as they made an appearance. Didn't think we'd be seeing any of you so soon. Tough luck, though. Me and my boy Vice have already booked the field, he announced.
This town ain't big enough.
They're so fun. They're so fun.
I mean, you can get that side, we got this side. You need the whole fucking field for 2 people.
Did you say that in character?
No. No.
Why would he say that?
The first part, yes. The second
First part, yes.
no.
Second part, definitely not.
Oh, okay. And Ba says, well, if I had a heart, I'd chalk it up to growing pains. Y'all are so used to having these spaces to yourself, not realizing that there's a system. There's no reason why we can't both have a little fun. He plants his hands on his hips, lips curling with amusement. You just gotta beat me or Vice in 2 out of 3 challenges. A race, an arm wrestle, and a little grapple test I like to call I Believe I Can Fly.
This guy's a fucking troll, dude.
What did you just say? What was that last part?
I believe I can fly. That is what he said. Excuse me?
He flashes a toothy grin. You win, the field is yours. You lose, well, I get bragging rights and first dibs on practice. Deal? Cain, Tim, are you up for the challenge?
Yo, Cain's not gonna be of help, but he'll do it.
Yeah, I mean, you're on.
You hear Riven mother under their breath like, I didn't even want to be.
My bad, dog.
Alright,
Blame
so...
Cain. He's the person who leaded this charge.
Hold on. There's something I gotta put on record. Copy. Paste. There we go.
These stupid ass challenges.
It's on the stream.
Nobody's safe. Every new character that gets introduced is just gonna have this reaction.
This Mr. Krabs thing's diabolical.
So,
Also, he hasn't said a single word.
He hasn't said anything.
He's just
He doesn't need to. He does not need to.
This guy's like Riven. He's like, Bob, what the fuck are you doing, man? I was trying to just chill.
Sorry, upon closer examination, it is noticeable that Ba is more forthcoming. Upon closer evaluation of Vice, he just kind of, you look at him and you just hear him go.
Did he hiccup?
Is he hippicking?
So on that note, the first challenge is a race. Cain,
lose.
Tim, Riven, who is going to step up to the plate, and are they going to race either Ba or Vice?
I got negative decks, so I think one of you two
I
should.
have negative dex and disadvantage.
Riven, how fast are you?
Riven, how fast are you?
That's a good question. Let Indy check. Riven is in the boys section. That's
Also,
good.
can I use my enhanced hearing and even the spell as well to see to know who they're putting up, whether it's Vice or Ball?
They're not going to decide. You decide.
Oh, okay. We choose for them as well. Got it.
Riven is gonna kind of rub the back of his neck, and he's like, I guess if neither of you can do it, I can try.
Riven, don't choose the guy without his shoes on. He's grounded to the earth a little too much.
Yeah, I don't. I wouldn't. Yeah.
He might do this for a living. I don't know.
Choose the guy without shoes and throw rocks into his path.
Okay. So you think we should race Vice?
Yeah,
Can I for such a roll who's faster?
You can attempt to.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's see what I can do here. Oh man. Yeah. Scripture echo literature. +1 to perception. When using lessons. And I guess the Blitz lessons counts for this.
Go for it.
Hell yeah.
can I charm? And then ask him to see who's faster.
You may.
Let's go, Tim. Put our skills to the use, man.
I believe that is a
Fuck!
wisdom roll. Honestly, Cain, you look at them and they just have such a presence that you look away. You can't look at them long enough to pick up on who might be what.
He starts shitting his pants again.
Woo!
All right,
What?
I'm hitting him with a tattle spark.
Got it.
He
Wisdom.
just
Come
wanted
on,
to
man.
snitch on himself.
Misty
Which
wasted
one?
all the nat 20s.
I haven't done this in a minute.
And I will walk
Nah, not true. There's one more.
You said it's wisdom, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
I think my wisdom is a 10, so I'm chilling.
Be straight chilling right now. Let's go. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Game sucks.
I blame Misty.
He's gonna hit me with a
So-
fucking charm himself, dude. If I know anything about this, he's gonna shoot me.
So Tim, not only do I think you lose the mana, so the 6 mana.
Just
You
game.
We suck.
attempt to cast the Tattle Spark spell, but given that magic is not your forte, just based off of thematics, you accidentally unleash a little bit of earth magic instead.
What, they throw a rock at him?
The ground trembles from your attempt to cast this spell. And Ba and Vice kind of like look at you and they go, "Oh, were you going for a sneak attack?"
Wait. Wrong spell, please.
And Vice is gonna be like, "Oh, okay, no.
Fuck.
This shit just got a little bit more interesting."
Damn it.
Oh man. Oh,
I didn't even know I could do that.
We suck.
I was supposed to hear the vibrations, not be the cause of them. I'm sorry.
Well,
gotta go back
alright
to-
then. These challenges just became a little bit more aggressive.
I
Let's
love these
race.
guys.
So
All right, Riven,
Riven,
you're in.
Riven's looking at y'all. Riven's looking at y'all like he tried to attack the fucking upperclassmen, and now you
I
want
was
me to be the first person to go?
I didn't mean to do that. That was the wrong spell.
Oh my god. So Riven is going to point to. You see Riven look at Vice and then just go bah.
What?
Bah.
Riven, no.
Bah. Guys, you wouldn't understand.
Use your chains.
You want me to hit him?
They're probably gonna hit us
They're
now.
gonna
Okay?
hit you.
I accidentally put a target on our backs. All right, it's in your best interest to try to protect yourself.
Y'all are sitting here talking about hitting them, having attempted to attack them,
I wouldn't say
and they're just sitting there like with their arms crossed, waiting, hiccuping. And Riven just goes, "Okay, I'll just." And he gets to the starting line of the field. Ba stations up, and he goes, "First one to the rock wins. It shouldn't be too hard. You guys are athletes, right?"
You call us mathletes?
Athletes.
Oh, I'll about to save.
And then
Dickhead.
Riven says, yeah, I know a thing or two. I just got on the team, but whatever. Cain, why don't you
Yeah.
count us off?"
Oh, okay.
Mm,
I guess on go.
mm.
3, 2, 1, go.
Ba sweeps Riven's feet from underneath his body.
yeah.
Disrespecting this boy, bro.
Okay.
Use your telekinesis to put the rock.
Yeah,
And-
can I use my telekinesis to hold him?
You can't. Hold who, Ba?
Yeah, the one who's
No,
racing.
that was not
Go for
my
it.
recommendation.
Yes!
Was to just
Use
my
your
recommendation.
telekinesis! Wisdom, please!
My recommendation was
Use
just to
your
put the rock next to
magic!
Riven so he wins. I
No.
was you did aim
No.
at
Use
fucking
your
Ba.
magic!
What are you doing?
Use your magic, King! Give me the wisdom roll!
Oh my fucking
hold on.
god!
I am. Give me a second.
Let me open Discord.
You're about to doom us all.
Probably.
You're about to have a battle sequence with Ba in a second.
No!
He's like, I believe I can fly, right?
Okay. I think it's just this.
Let me see.
Let's see what I can do here.
Mhm.
Oh, I can't do that. Can't do that.
You're gonna fail and accidentally grab Riven instead and just start tossing her in the field.
Oh my god, please.
Riven was
Please,
hanging out with
please,
y'all.
bro. Sorry, all my notes are everywhere. Da-da. No, I can't use that one, unfortunately. Okay. It's not bad.
Gotcha. Does he have to roll a save?
Okay, let me read it. Where is it? Where is it? I know it's here. There we go. Yeah, it's a strength save. It's not a hard
Okay.
strength save. It's there's DC 13 save.
Ba.
Actually, no. Fuck this guy. Once per round, I want to disrupt an enemy, imposing disadvantage.
Okay. So Cain, you, my friend, let's run through what happened in totality. The upperclassmen have mentioned to you all that they have booked the field. You all have essentially told them y'all could just go on that side of the field as the people who have not booked the field. And then he says, "Hey, let's do these fun challenges to see who gets the field. Proposing these 3 challenges. And since then, Tim has attempted to attack Ba. The
No, I
3 of you,
didn't. I
the
didn't.
3 of you have
Pretty
come
bad.
together conspiring on how you're going to use magical force to harm them. In response, Boss sweep kicks Riven, and Cain uses the most powerful spell he has in his arsenal.
I have one spell in my arsenal.
But you use that spell alongside like a math skill to make sure it's the most powerful it can possibly be.
He just said my friend.
So Cain, you say go. Ba sweep kicks Riven. You extend your hand to hold him down with
Yeah.
your levitation. He attempts to run. Your spell fails. You see Vice cast the
Yeah.
spell, and
Absolutely.
Ba disappears.
Yeah.
Cain, can I
What?
get a
Vice absolutely.
Constitution roll?
Sure.
He's like instant transmissioning, dog. I bet.
This would not have happened if I gave him his morning breakfast, you guys. And I'm so
Cain,
sorry.
Ba disappears from the battlefield on account of a spell that Vice casts, and you feel a foot collide against your neck at maximum force.
God damn.
Okay. Fun.
You are practically rolling on the battlefield. Hold on, it was nat 20, so double damage.
Of course it was.
Cain, what's your max health?
What is that?
Cain, what's your max health?
Of course it was a fucking nat 20. I hate it here.
It's a 24. What? Cain, your max health is 24?
What, did
He
Cain just fucking
rolled
die?
24 damage?
No, I'm asking if your max health is 24. You haven't told me yet.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Yeah, it's 24.
Dealing you 23 damage.
Jesus Christ.
Buddy, you're going to the hospital.
So you impose disadvantage of him, which made it a base roll for him. And then he rolled a nat 20, which means double damage. And this is what he rolled for damage.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
Oh my god.
Cain, he kicks you on the back of the neck, and you tumble for yards and yards. You get to the rock first.
Yes!
But you are in and out of consciousness. You have 1 HP.
I'm tired, bro. I'm tired of this.
And Ba, he has his foot up like he's been taking martial arts or whatever. He puts his foot down and he says, "Man, somehow I think that you guys don't want to play a friendly little game. Are you more interested in fighting?" He says while looking to Tim. Tim, Riven's on the floor from the sweep kick, and Cain is. This all happens in like a matter of seconds. So Cain is on. He's not getting up. Like he can get up if he really tries, but after that fucking hit, like you could tell that Cain's in and out of consciousness.
Well,
How would you like to respond, Tim?
Um. All right. This is going exactly how I expected it to.
You guys are the ones who escalated it.
In my defense, I didn't mean to do that. Look, but your name's Ba, right? Between you and me, right? You signed up. Oh my, did he even fucking sign up for that class? Oh my god, that because like I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to be fucking forgetting. Give me a second. Hold on. Because I might have just done that for no fucking reason and screwed up our whole thing.
Oh my god! Please tell me he's on the fucking list.
Okay, he is.
Please tell me.
He's on the list. He's on the list.
Okay,
He's on the list.
okay,
All right.
okay.
All right. Your name's Ba, right? Between you and me, right? I'm in Enchanted Arts and Crafts, and gotta do my homework. I was trying to charm you, but I'm also an elemental manipulation. I mixed up the spells. No hard feelings, right?
Charisma roll with respect to your literature grade.
All right, I'm about to get fucking swept.
Oh my god, bro. Well,
They just came here. They were like, "Yo, I get it. We booked it like officially, and y'all aren't like used to sharing the field yet. So let's just have a game of like, let's just play around since we're all here." These
Okay, so
motherfuckers.
correct me if I'm wrong. I have an F, so that would be disadvantage -1, but my
Yeah.
charisma is +1, so I would just do disadvantage.
Yes.
can't wait for the badness. Oh, okay,
Ah!
okay.
I'm good, but I'm still upset.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
You know what? No hard feelings. How could you all have known that we mopped the floors with you? So I'm sure that we can come to a little bit of an arrangement. Don't you agree?
What did he ask?
He's saying he's willing to let it go, but he is about to say a condition.
Cain's at 1 HP, dog.
Yeah,
I'm
he's at
looking.
1 HP and they're threatening to fight y'all for your hubris.
All
Tread carefully, young Icarus.
right. What's the deal here?
Mm. Well, you see, why don't everyone just take out their phones for now?
Look,
Oh,
that guy's
man.
not getting up. Okay.
Don't worry. And then, Cain, while you're on the floor holding your soul in by a thread, you swear on your life you see Sarah.
Oh my god.
You can see Vice
Yo, what's up,
staggering.
Sarah?
You can see Vice staggering over to you, and he's not walking in the straight line. He looks like he can't walk in a straight line to save his life.
What is happening?
And he crouches down next to you. He puts his he does the squat. He has his shoulder, like his elbows on his knees. He tilts his head. Then he goes for your pocket where your phone is. Would you like to stop him?
Why the fuck would I?
What? His willpower?
He'll just give you a slap. You just get knocked out.
Exactly.
Cain's out
That'd
for
be
the rest of the day.
All right. So he takes your phone and he says, "Hey, catch," and he flings it across the field to Ba. Let me see if Ba
This is
catches this.
He's gonna take my money.
He's taking it.
He's gonna take my money.
I don't have any money. Please.
No, he's gonna take my money. I just got it back, and I don't have none again.
Ba catches it with ease. Doesn't even look. Type catch. And he extends his hand for Tim and Ribbon's phone. Hand them over, boys.
Pulls out of his pocket and he's like, all right.
Mm. Ribbon can't hand his phone over enough. You kind of get the impression that he saw something in Vice that just kind of made him like, yo, I'm out of my league. I'm not even going to argue. All right?
What the fuck wrong with Vice?
Mhm. Ba takes a moment to. He takes out his phone and he taps it to all three of your phones.
He
And
definitely just took all of our money.
Yeah, he did.
he says, I'm glad that we can come to an arrangement. You know what? For the price that you've paid, the field's
Yeah.
yours.
Oh, for fuck's
Yeah.
sake! I'm at like $0. Roman, please. Roman.
He places a hand on your shoulder and Vice pats y'all on the back. You all have officially been bullied. Well, no.
Robbed.
Y'all,
Robbed. We were
y'all brought this
robbed.
on yourself.
Me too.
Oh,
You know what's funny about this is realistically he took more from Cain than he did from me.
Dang, y'all had nothing.
Can I call Roman? Oh, he's in the library. I don't want to be.
You can call Roman if you'd like.
I'm gonna give him a call.
Ran your pockets.
You call Roman, and he answers the phone. He says, hello.
I don't know how to explain this, but I was just extorted out of all of my money.
Oh, do you need money? I got my allowance
No,
today.
not right now. I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, I could at least let me send you money so that you can purchase lunch today.
Uh,
Please. For my peace of mind.
uh, yeah, that's fine.
So, Tim, you hear Roman texting on your phone. On his phone, he says, "Okay, for now, how much does like lunch cost? Like $75?"
I I usually get the $5 meal if you want to just send that over.
All right. He sends you some money. You get the notification that Roman has deposited money into your account.
Are you fucking
Max.
kidding me?
Oh my god, bro.
Hey, Roman.
Yeah.
I apparently have a bigger issue.
What happened?
It seems that whoever extorted my buddy may just have access to my account, and they took that too.
What are you?
So
Hold on.
I
Hold
think
on. Hold on. You're saying a lot of things. Let's meet up after Coven Courtesies, cause I what?
okay. That sounds that's good.
Needless to say, you all don't get a lot of elemental blitzing done today, but you discover beyond the shadow of a doubt that those third years are substantially out of your league. In this moment, you get the impression that perhaps you should not challenge them to a fight
Ever again.
again. That roll is insane. Um, so Misty and Bentley, are you ready for your sequence?
Pass. I'm a pass. I'm in here with my fire blanket. I'm a
Look,
pass.
it can't go as bad as what just fucking. Okay,
How the fuck y'all gonna eat?
For the week.
I'll
For
figure that
the
out later.
week, bro. Let's see. Da da da.
Cain better start asking Nina, "Hey, babe, can you buy me some lunch?"
Didn't even get to the arm wrestling or grappling. Y'all, they were so scared of him that they didn't allow him to be a friend. Now he's an enemy. Uh,
Misty, I'm so sorry for what you have to go through.
It's all right.
so Bentley and Cain had been previously recruited by Professor Dustmore to serve as teacher assistants for the science lab. Today marked the first shift where he, Bentley's first shift, where he serviced not only his classmates, but upperclassmen who had booked a session as well. On his roster today, he would be receiving Misty Clouds, Orion Vera, and Elias Wynn. Bentley, what are you most excited or anxious about for your first day?
Um, Bentley has never had a job before, or at least not in an official capacity. I feel like before his family came into their wealth, there was like some under the table type stuff, but I got the 23 damage is insane message and it completely just derailed me because that is absolutely wild as a level 1 character. He's excited to start his job. He wants to be like helpful. He wants to do good in science. Science is kind of like holding him up right now. And a part of him is excited to try and engage with the upperclassmen so that he could start doing his literature homework. Because they said that grades are on pause, but when they put the grading system back in, you don't want to have nothing.
As Misty entered the lab, she was in the process of securing her lab equipment when she felt an invasive presence just behind her. Standing at approximately 5'10 was an upperclassman that she had seen before. His profile picture was located in the Bite Club group chat. He inhaled her fragrance, gesturing towards his nose as if he were capturing a whiff of a delicious soup. Hey, I know you. Your boss' new little plaything. Yeah, yeah. He was telling us all about you. Makes a lot of sense now. You look like the kind of girl who could really take a punch, just like Cha Cha. We love ourselves a muscle mommy.
He's just moving his vocal cords.
I'm sorry, it's the look. I looked over to the DM and we just made eye contact. Oh. Oh.
I would like to point out, he used Bo's words to tease her, and it should be noted that he is not wearing his mandated laboratory goggles.
Damn it!
Get him. Excuse me, sir.
Watch out, they might do 23 damage.
Oh, that's me. Yeah, what's up? You need something?
Oh,
Put your fucking glasses on, buddy.
sorry. Okay. So keep in mind, this nigga is 5'10", talking me up. You're not allowed to talk to me. Well, okay, that's Cat. Misty. Misty looks down at him and he says, "Yeah, I'm his new plaything. And you are."
I'm Elias, part of Bite Club, but you could call me Lee.
Lee. Okay.
You guys are like near an experiment, and he starts like touching the experiment, not having his mandated laboratory goggles on.
Listen, I'm really trying to let Misty have her scene. Stop telling me this.
Excuse me, sir.
I'm tweaking.
Okay. She's gonna say, "Nice to meet you, Lee. Obviously, Misty. Um, she's looking at him like touching the experiment, with no gloves on, but she's not gonna say shit because that's none of her business. But she is gonna start getting ready her experiment because she needs to pass this class, and she will not be distracted by this horn motherfucker, 5'10" motherfucker.
You start working on your assignment. You know, he's turning his back to the table and scooting closer to you to try and keep your focus. And he says, "So, how long have you and Bob been hanging out?" He said without equipment on and disrupting another student from doing their assignment.
Listen, Misty, I'm sorry. Bailey's gonna grab a pair of goggles. He's gonna be like, "Oh, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt y'all. Sorry, Misty. Mr. Lee, you forgot your safety goggles, so I just brought you a pair. I really care about your wealth and your wellness of health and well-being. Um, can you please put these on so you do not get hurt by anything in this room?"
Yeah, sure. So he takes the goggles from Bentley and he puts it on his hand and he pulls it all the way up to his shoulder like it's a purse. He is wearing the goggles.
Mr. Lee, I'm not familiar with what type of species you are, so forgive me, but I
Really
don't.
trying not to
I
get
can put
punched
you
right now.
another pair for the eyes on your head too. And he use lexicon of power and continue and be like, "Listen, if I bring you another pair and you put them on the eyes on your head, I can help you with whatever you need to do in here today. If it's in my skill set."
Alright, Bentley, give me that juicy literature roll as you try to navigate this delinquent. Misty, this whole issue is just kind of impeding on you right now. So you feel like the only way you might be able to focus is if Elias stops acting like a jackass.
Um, Misty is going to like clear her throat and say, Bentley, good to see you as always.
Hi, Misty. It's great to see you.
Can you help me too?
Is this your little boyfriend?
No.
Oh, thank God, I didn't know the answer.
What? Lee,
I don't know. I don't know.
you don't know.
If you were to say yes, then I would know. People just say whatever they want in this school.
That's valid.
So,
Give them it.
Bentley, you ask with your pretty please voice, and he sighs, and he works his goggles off of his shoulders, puts them over his head, and snaps them on his eyes.
Woo!
At least clapping, like, "Oh my God, thank you. I'm just really worried about you."
Yeah. Alright. So, Miss, let's get cracking on this mad scientist shit. Misty, in the very least, he is actually doing work now.
Okay,
He
perfect.
must have
So,
just been excited to meet you.
Wait, does Misty have her safety goggles on?
yes.
Mhm.
Misty, don't make me cry. Do not make me cry.
So, Bentley, as you're nursing your heart after that encounter with that scary upperclassman, you look over to Orion, who you know, and he's just kind of chuckling at you in the same way Quinn does when it's just like, oh. Alright, so Bentley and Misty, would you care to share with us the experiments you will be attempting today and any items that you may have to aid you in this moment?
I was going to ask for the crystal recharging. Are the crystals pre-supplied? Or I would need to find a crystal and then bring it in to be charged?
What experiment are you doing? Tell me exactly the experiment.
Okay, so this is under the Luma reaction rate. The experiment is crystal recharge. You can recharge light crystals for lanterns, wands, or focus items.
Alright, if it is a science experiment listed under the science class, the crystals are provided. Just like how when you make the solvent mix, all of the materials are there for the mix.
Sweet. I would like to try the crystal recharge station. And I'm going to be using all of the arts and crafts on my body.
Alright, go for it. And Misty?
I am making the. Hold on, I'm trying to pull it up. I feel like it always disappears. I'm doing the one with the to help with her appearance. What is it called again?
Morphic genome?
Yes.
It should be called something else now.
Yeah. Hold on.
Genome made.
Genome. Hey Cain, do you mind sending that info to me, please? Cause like I confused. Oh.
You create a tonic that stays or softens your racial traits. +1 control over racial traits.
Yes. That's what I would like to do.
Okay, so go ahead and do the genome aid one. That is Intel, yes.
What?
Just re-roll it.
Yeah, that definitely didn't work.
+2 and just got a 1.
Yeah.
I was like, you did so bad. We're not even going to do your advantage.
Bentley and Misty, that is not high enough to conduct the experiment for today.
Oh my
Mhm.
god.
Now, is there anything else that you all would like to do in your afternoons before we move on?
Can I go help Cain up?
You can.
I'm gonna go over to him and pick him up off the floor.
He's like, Kane's swaying. It's like, thanks. Alright, is your
Riven,
bank
you.
account also empty?
It got emptied twice.
What do you mean twice?
Uh,
What do you mean twice?
I had asked to get a little bit of a donation, and apparently, I think they just have access to our accounts. I don't think they just took the money. So I would get that looked in as soon as possible.
Not excited for this week.
Riven, you good?
Riven is just laying on the floor on his back with his arms like kind of just folded over his chest, elbows in the grass, and he says, I have a lot of feelings right now, and I'm not quite sure where to place them.
Sorry, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take this guy to the hospital real quick.
Mm.
Do you need
I
help too?
I just leave me here.
Well, at least they charged us for the field, so they should be coming back.
uh, well,
Oh yeah. Also, they keep taking money out of my account. I think they have access to our accounts. Get that sorted out.
is Riven in Magitecher? I'm pretty sure he is. Yeah. So
Uh,
Riven is going to say it's less likely that they have access to the account and more likely that they downloaded some sort of Magitech to forward all transactions to themselves.
that's kind of what I assumed, but I'm gonna handle that later with Roman if you want to join us.
We can make our best effort, but I have very little confidence in our ability to decode something of that level. But that doesn't mean we can't try.
Alrighty. Well, I'll be there tonight.
Hmm. All right. Misty, Elias
Yes.
is just sorry, Lee is just talking your ear off. He's not talking about anything that's worth mentioning. He's just saying like, "Oh, I was watching the show last night and da, 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 and then the butterfly hit me in the face and I was just like, "Oh, I'm the apex predator here. You're an insect." Like just about nothing for the whole duration of science.
That's why she didn't do well.
Mm.
Can she look if he passed, if he did well? What was he doing? Well, probably not what we're doing. Fuck
Mm.
this dude.
Yeah, he's definitely not doing what you guys are doing, but he seems to be very well. The best way to describe it is the way that a bartender might make conversation with people sitting at the bar while mixing various drinks. Talking does not seem to impede him.
That's crazy. Misty is going to ask Lee if science is his, I don't know, like favorite subject.
It's not. I don't think that any core class is really anyone's favorite in this kind of institution, but I've gotten pretty good at it. Look, no one really takes core classes once they get to their third and fourth year. At that point, it's all basically the same things are implied in all of the classes. Uh, so yeah, I'm hot shit, if that's what you're asking.
Self glaze?
Okay. I definitely need to schedule some time back here. I fucked up.
Yeah, yeah. It's really hard to work on the genome aid when your instincts are betraying you.
What?
Oh, you don't see that? You don't feel it?
This goon.
No. What am I supposed to feel in this moment?
It's not what you're supposed to feel. It's what you already feel. Dude, I could see it from a mile away. You're shaking.
Oh, um, yeah. Uh, I didn't have a good night. I didn't sleep well. So, that's probably what's bothering me.
Yeah, and it's showing in your work. Shame. Shame. Also, I'm a potion brewer, so the science stuff is just second nature.
You're a potion brewer?
Yeah. The course.
Guys, you know what this means? Out of character, guys, you know what this means. Wait, no, Bentley, you're doing potion brewing, aren't you?
Yeah,
No.
my ear kind of like perked up, but I'm like, let me let Misty finish because I gotta talk to some people too.
Shit. Um, so do you like grow your own like ingredients for like your potion brewing? Like, where do you get them from?
Nah, that's a waste of time. I just get that shit from Cha Cha.
Who?
Cha-cha? Hmm. She the redhead?
Yeah, the only other person in the chat. Boy, you need glasses.
Right. Um, okay, so I guess we'll meet in the morning, I guess,
Oh
for
yeah, you
next
weren't
time.
there. Ba was pretty pissed.
He took his anger out on Cain.
I'm so like this morning was so bad. I feel bad. He hasn't responded yet. Um, but I'll make it up to him. It's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine.
You and Cha Cha might get along. You're from the same house and you both kind of have a vibe. Ooh.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe if all goes well, you two will sync periods and stuff. That's what happens when girls get close, right?
She side eyes him.
He side eyes her back.
Probably.
Okay. Bentley, is there anyone you would like to talk to?
Bentley looks down at this text message he received about some of the core classes that were recommended to him, and he sees potion brewing there, and he's aware that that would be a course that maybe he could take later. But when Lee mentions that he potion brews, he's kind of sliding back up, like, I don't mean to eavesdrop. I don't want to interrupt, but I heard the word potion brewing, and admittedly, I'm really interested in that. Will we be able to like trade numbers so I could possibly talk about what that might look like?
Well, if it isn't the feds.
Mr. Fed speaking, yes.
He looks at Bentley, who he sizes him, and he says, yeah, sure. We could talk.
Yes. Bentley's holding up his phone so they can trade contacts.
Alright, so you guys hold out your phones. You know, that's kind of like Wasteland. You hold out your phone, you get his number, and then he reaches a little bit further, grabs like slips a finger into the little waistband of your crop top and gives it a little snap. And he says,
Oh,
and he says, yeah, I'll be texting you.
you remind me of someone named Kai. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Please don't snap my crop top. The pants kind of tight. Thank you.
Now we will be moving on to Coven Courtesies.
I have a really good question to ask. So I'm really hoping that he can answer my question.
Him going off rip like, why do you suck? Why do we hate you so much?
I forgot he's in the hospital. She had to do that now. She had to fix that now because there's an addition to the hospital that wasn't
Jesus
there
Christ,
earlier.
is this on a flat screen?
Oh.
Don't worry, Cain. They put you in the same room as Nina.
Woo! So Tim, will you please read the captions for us?
Coven Courtesies promise structure. Now trauma does.
Students shuffled into Coven Courtesies with the sluggish air of people still recovering from wounds or nightmares. Half the class filled the room in person, pale and bandaged, while others appeared through virtual means linked to their dorms and hospital rooms. The hybrid setup was clearly arranged after the attack. What wasn't expected was the lineup at the front. Ethan stood poised as ever, with upperclassmen, Kieran Wraith, Orion Vera, Elian Finn, and none other than Bastion
Fuck.
Ba Strode.
Piece of shit. Oh, well, never mind. I take back my question. See you later.
They're all standing behind his desk like a silent council. Players, are you familiar with any of the upperclassmen that are posted up front?
Oh.
Additionally, could you provide us with your best guess for their appearance?
I know. I don't know if I'm muted or not. I know Orion. I trust Orion. Ash seems to have a good relationship with him, and Ash was an underclassman, so you don't get a bad vibe from him. He also kind of like gave you a look that Bentley is going to interpret as like sympathy in science. He's responsible for managing people going in and out of Solstice through a check-in system. So you think maybe he's here to talk about security and whatever lapse of security there was, but you're not really sure if he can control like spiritual invasions. So you're kind of curious why he's here.
Cain knows two of these classmen.
Mm.
Laying in the hospital bed, his like spine, his neck shudders a bit. Seeing Bob's like, fuck, this guy. But his eyes do transfer over to Kieran, who has been his RA, who shares the same race as him and has kind of guided him a lot when it comes to uh, how to be a vampire, what it means to be a vampire, and kind of just the rules or things to know. So Kieran's always been a calm and guided voice to him, and he assumes to the others in Draconia. So that does give him a sense of like comfortability.
Obviously I know Elian because he is the RA for Viradora. I'm not sure why he would be here. Bob, I think Bob posted in the chat saying that he'll be there for the fucking Coven Courtesies. Don't know why, but I know I gotta apologize. But I don't know if I should do it right now.
I mean, if you were to do it right now, it's just whatever dirty laundry you feel like is a secret would most likely be aired because the upperclassmen just don't filter. But that's you.
Yeah, like, God, he's so pissed. And if I knew, no, I was knocked out, so I couldn't have ordered like, I'm stressed. I'm gonna just be stressed.
You know, like really level with him. Like, hey, somebody came up into my room last night, non-consensually, and I was scared. Maybe he has enhanced smell. Maybe he can sniff them out.
Yeah,
IDK.
yeah, I'm gonna have to like
He'll use
approach
the $600
Ba.
to help you.
But I'll wait till Tim goes and then I'll approach Ba.
Before today, I don't think he recognized anybody. But one of those people definitely made themselves known. So he's just like Cain. He's kind of like like really really upset to see Ba in here, and he's gonna not want to talk about it because he'll wait till afterwards. But he's looking at Roman. He's like, fuck. he's not gonna say anything, but he's concerned face right now.
Roman's just confused, bro. Now, Ethan stepped forward, the light catching the brim of his hat and the edges of his shades, concealing any hints of emotion. The room felt colder with him there, though part of the class silently hopes for warmth. Something human, something grieving. His voice came even, professional, and almost rehearsed. The disappearance of Silas and Salem is unfortunate, he said simply, the words heavy but hollow. Around him, the silence stretched, the grief shared, yet acknowledged in his tone. However, he is unable to continue due to a voice rising from the crowd, raw and shaking. Unfortunate? It was Cambria. They died, Professor! The silence that followed was deafening. Ethan doesn't flinch. Words don't change outcomes. We focus on what's next. His tone sharpens. If one word makes you lash out, you'll never survive the academy. The academy. You want revenge, answers, then listen, because knowledge is the only thing standing between you and what took them. Players, you could sense that many of your classmates, virtual and in person, are deeply disturbed by his answer. Many of them are talking among themselves, and many others take this as an opportunity to get something off their chests. Cambria is immediately followed by Nina. I'm sorry, Professor, but you think we can just study our way out of this? So, what does your character need to get off their chest?
So Cambria just went off rip talking about how she was upset how Ethan approached it. Ethan said that the wording is kind of irrelevant. Let me see. Bentley's gonna ask, will whatever possessed Salem and Silas go after new people? I don't feel like we ever got the clarity as to if they actually left or not. Or if that's just gonna be a reoccurring issue for as long as we at Solstice now.
Zeke is going to chime up and say, they were our friends, not a damn lesson plan. Does anyone else have something they want to get off their chest?
Cain kind of echoes a similar sentiment to what Nina and Zeke are saying, and says, I used what I learned in the school to try to help and was powerless. And you say knowledge could have stopped it, but there's upperclassmen there too, and they didn't stop it.
Delilah's going to chime up and say, you're supposed to protect us, not lecture us.
Who just spoke?
Delilah.
Delilah.
Misty is going to piggyback on what Cain said, like, yeah, I applied my fucking knowledge and still got fucked up. Like, I can't protect myself.
Roslyn is going to chime up from the Zoom room. You're hiding behind those tacky shades while we bury our classmates.
That you should just learn.
Can I chime in
Yep.
here?
Yes.
It is you.
From the few times that I've asked professors for help, it really seems like they want me to just trial and error in the hopes that I get it or don't. This whole school is off of survival of the fittest. So are you guys just like here to watch us as we hope not to die?
Cambria is going to piggyback off of what Tim says and say, how many more of us have to die before you feel something? And as the students air their grievances, Ethan's body was as still as the upperclassmen behind him. He deliberately chose not to speak until there was a natural lull where his voice would project nicely. It was calm, yet firm. Scenario. A man pulls out a gun at a bar and shoots your best friend before making a break for it. How long does it take for the police to arrive? 5 minutes? 10? Depending on location? Maybe never. When danger hits, seconds are what determines the outcome. Those decide life or death. Knowledge buys you seconds, experience buys you minutes, and training turns those minutes into survival. He says simply. We do not get to be heroes in every scene. Some of you are built to hunt down the assailant, others will be prepared to patch the bullet wound. Relying on the savior is a fast track to being a body they recover. Ethan stated bluntly, turning his back on the students to stalk behind his desk. He lets out a long breath, slumping into his chair, and then propping his boots on the table with an
This
almost
motherfucker.
casual finality. He spreads his hands, palms up like an offer and a dare. Look, I'll say it plain, as I always have. If you want to keep your odds of making it to the second year slim and sentimental, stand up and tell me how offended you are. I'll listen and carry that weight for you. But if you want to get better at not being the corpse in the next hallway, there's a different option. And he gestures towards the four figures, the upperclassmen standing behind him. I've organized a panel. These are people who have lost loved ones since the change, just like you. You can ask them anything: how they train, what they wish they've known, what broke them, what saved them. No performative grief, no lectures, just answers. I've got the room for 2 hours. Air your grievances or learn something new. Your call. So, players, Ethan and several of your professors have warned you all about the impact of learning, about the impact learning would have on your survival since the very first day. He seems to be standing firmly on that sentiment. Does this moment harden your character, or does it break something inside them?
I'm about to start throwing fireballs.
Listen, Mr. Elemental, please don't. This whole room's flammable. Please don't do that.
Whatever I did earlier, I'm gonna do it again.
For Bentley, a little piece of him kind of breaks off, and it's just the casual way that they're discussing Salem and Silas. And most of the time when somebody passes away, you'll say things like their remains or like their bodies. To say corpse in the hallway and bring up a shooting scenario just feels very, I'm not here to discuss the emotional aspect of your problem. I'm very solution oriented. But it sort of just mentions and makes Salem and Silas a problem. It's not like a tragedy, it's just something that happened. And the casualness of how he's saying it is just like, wow, we're dead ass just numbers here.
For Cain, especially after the experience that he had today as well, um, I guess something that like breaks off is this like almost he's never skipped a class. He only dropped a class to do more of others. Um, and everything's been about doing well in classes because that's what's supposed to give you the knowledge to survive. But pretty much any time that he's used them in a combat scenario, in a scenario where it really matters, um, trying to use the lesson makes him react slow. And he looks at someone like Panic who's in his house, but in the moment he was able to move and act quickly. And even today at the field, with things the name of the game changing quickly, Ba was able to keep up and even succeed. Um, so that kind of love and almost appreciation for the lessons, it's there, but it's been knocked down a peg. And he's definitely wants to be able to be more reactive and physical because through his experience, that's what seems to help the most in those moments.
Um, this has probably made Misty like kind of, I guess, harder. Um, because she finally tried to use her like lessons that she learned from like science and math in her situation that happened at nighttime, and it just did not fucking work. Um, the person who's been stalking her, trying to hunt her down, literally could have killed her that night, but for whatever reason, they just didn't. So it's just like the lessons that you guys are giving us is not it. I'm going to need more. Um, but obviously we did receive the message how if you take certain classes or whatever, you can start learning like martial arts or whatever. So it's just why didn't we start with something more defensive, I guess? That's my poem.
Uh, Tim realizes that, of course, and he's been obviously he's already kind of realized this, that all of his suspicions have become true. But not only have they become true, but after hearing Ethan's answer to everything we have said, not only is it true, but they're really fucking sticking to it. They're really showing that at the end of the day, we're not just students. Like Bentley said earlier, we're just numbers, right? That can easily just be erased and replaced. Um, and he's almost at like a boiling point of like rage because yeah, he has 4 people standing up in front of the class that have lost somebody, I'm sure, at some point throughout the school. But for one, they're upperclassmen, which means I'm sure that there's these Baza third year, I'm sure, and then this goes up to 6th. So I'm sure there's a 6th year that's lost a loved one on their end, or 5th or 4th. So how long is this going to just keep on going? How long is the school just going to let the students die before they finally say, we should, rearrange how we work this bitch? And even looking at an example of Ba, he says, "Oh, look, these guys, talk to them, see how they feel." In Tim's head, he's like, "That guy fucking sucks. He put one of the students in a hospital, and he hacked all of our phones for money. What a good fucking way to handle grief, right?" And then out of character, right? Just this is me talking now. It's like, look what he's doing to Misty. Ba has not handled anything in relation to losing his fucking friends or whatever. So clearly, even the students who've been here for a while are still struggling with what happened to them, and it's clear that the school really just does not care at all, and they're just looking for the best.
Now, standing before you are a variety of your upperclassmen and Ethan, who are willing to answer any and every question you may have about the incident or upcoming challenges. What questions, if anything, does your character have for them, starting with the incident?
Uh, just to preface this too, he also said that all of the upperclassmen who are up in front of the classroom had lost somebody important to them while in the school. Okay. Regarding the incident, Bentley is going to ask if what Silas went through was unique to him being an Asimar and him being reclaimed by his god, and or if it was just him interacting with this one true god that made what happened to him happen.
Who is the question directed to?
He would ask Ethan because he assumes Ethan would know the most as the teacher.
All right. Ethan is going to say that Salem's actions caused a premature activation of a pact that Silas already created with his patron.
Was he born into that pack when he became supernatural, or did he make that pack and it just started early?
Some of you, as we've discussed, are born into species that already are indebted to certain patrons. So, in Silas's case, his patron, collected. There are more of you here without a patron than there are with. Make sure you read up on who you should be mindful of respectfully.
Cain's gonna look to Kieran, who's always been kind of straight with him, and Professor Felhart has mentioned, students who get consumed by their magic, consumed by whatever, and that they're quote unquote savable. Um, I don't want to walk around the school with false hope or or use my time inefficiently if I'm going to survive. What happened last night to Silas and Salem, is that one of those cases?
Kieran, in the proper voice that you have come to know, says blatantly, Solstice is not invincible. The safest frequency that has been created is the one that houses the freshmen. This is for the sole purpose of allowing you all the opportunity to adapt to your new reality. However, Solstice is no different than what the government is to mortals. If there is an entity that wishes to dismantle it, we are only as powerful as our weakest member. It is also important to note that some deities and celestial beings have access to you that no one can interfere with. That is why it is advised to communicate with caution.
Um. Hold on. Can I skip my turn? Because I have to really think here.
That's fair. Tim, are you prepared?
Yeah, and this is also going to be towards Ethan because again, I don't really know any of them. Plus, I don't want to talk to Bob right now. Me and him are at a standstill right now, so until I get my bank account fixed. Um, I don't know how this whole thing works, but why bring us back? Specifically, us. Millions of people die a day, and we get brought back. You bring us to the school just for us to get thrown into the deep end and hopefully not die again. What's the point?
We are not the ones that bring you back. So let's start there. Um, you'll learn about this more in depth in your history course, but there's a certain rift, so to speak, that makes it so that there is a small percentage that people who die on this plane are touched by the magic that comes from said rift, thus leading to you all being reborn as what you are now. In history, people who acquire those powers and have no rhyme or reason to discover more of themselves tend to be hunted down by the hunters that I mentioned in the previous class, or they tend to lead to their own self destruction. So Solstice was created to try to mitigate that issue. But as Kieran has previously stated, we can bring you here, we can try to educate you on how to make your second chance more, to make it longer for you, but there are certain things that not even we control.
Yes. So the question, I'm trying to figure out like who to ask. I think I might ask Elian. The question that I had, how she's going to explain how last night she was actually hunted by another predator, and she tried to use her lessons that she learned in class, but obviously that just wasn't enough to survive. Um, she's lucky to be here right now. So the question is like, how can I protect myself? Because clearly you guys aren't able to.
And this was towards Elian. Mm. So Elian is going to say, I'm really sorry to hear that that occurred last night, and I'm sullen to know that I couldn't have been there sooner. Um, I could definitely look into that because as your RA, I recall during the orientation letting you know that if strange things start occurring, you can come to me. So let this tragedy serve as a lesson for you all that if you start to feel like things are getting out of hand, it's important to reach out for help. In certain scenarios, we can help you discover the answers, and sometimes you might not always like those answers, but at least you'll know what you're dealing with. Any other questions from the players, or would you like to hear from the peanut gallery?
Let me open the list. Who to ask? Bentley's gonna ask Orion, and his question is, I'm gonna assume a lot of the upperclassmen deal with a lot of types of threats, because I notice a lot of y'all carry weapons. How do you feel like you could be better supported when you're in combat? Like, do you want people to come and give you like items, like potions, heal you? What do you think would make a good support role?
Um, Orion is going to say, as you guys become more competent in different methods of responding in terms of emergency, you'll naturally come to see where you best fit. In most cases, you might find yourself with the same collection of people. Maybe it's the people that's your friend group, maybe it's the people who are in your unit, but before any situation, it's important to know the type of person who's surrounding you. So, for example, if you have someone who, when they fight, they do like a attack or a move that encompasses their entire body, like, and maybe like an area of effect, it's important to know how you can get healing tonics to them without causing harm onto them or perhaps even yourself. So, as you guys go through the lessons and figure out how you personally respond in a time of emergency, it's important to keep your ear to the ground of how your classmates are specializing in that as well. So if there's an instance where maybe you're not with your best friend, but you're with Joe Smo, who you never talk to in your class, in the very least, you know how you could be of a support to them. And obviously, there will be times where an emergency strikes and you're in a better situation or a worse situation based off of the knowledge of the company that you're with at that time, and at that point, you can just try your best.
Bentley's gonna nod. He feels like that was a good answer.
I don't really
Okay.
have anything right now.
I don't have any more questions.
Neither do I.
Would you like to hear from the peanut gallery?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. So, Noelle is going to ask who gave clearance for Magitech barriers that not even staff could break. To which Ba leans back against a wall and he says, the problem is already in the name Magitechra. Magic and technology. Anyone that's a master in either can override either. The seconds we spend trying to regain control are the seconds that you need to survive. Does the peanut gallery raise any questions, or would you like to hear more?
So about Noel's question, he was asking why they couldn't override the barriers.
Yeah, essentially. I could copy and paste it.
Thank you. I don't know, something about the phrasing just kind of had me like confused.
Yeah, that's the well for you.
Nah, I'm Gucci.
Yeah. More peanut gallery.
Well,
Riven is going to ask, were the shadows targeting students randomly, or were they looking for someone specific? To which Ethan is going to answer, the shadows were meant to be a distraction. Zeke and Jasper were targeted because they would maintain the most attention. It is our understanding that either Professor Starfire or Silas was the target. Whatever entity that was attempting to reach them had done so through Salem's patron. If you recall, the branch of undead that Salem classified as relies heavily on the will of their patron. A patron is not always benevolent or malevolent. Some view their chosen mortal as a vessel, a weapon, or an experiment, while others form a symbiotic bond built on trust or obsession. If you are a species that is naturally affiliated with the patron, only you can develop their relationship.
um Through the whole like patron talk, I think Cain's gonna ask a follow-up question about it. Um the patron, I guess, that was hosted in Silas what right before he turned into light mentioned the magic here being terrible or something and the one true god or whatever. That's we talk about patrons and how their wills they have their own wills and whatnot. It seems like that patron doesn't like this school. Like, do we know who that patron may be?
We are aware who that patron is. Tessa. Huh? We are aware who that patron is.
Bentley's going to piggyback off of Ethan and Kane's conversation, and he's going to ask, so Salem's patron decided they wanted to, I guess, lay claim to people, and they picked Zeke and Jasper. And then Silas's patron got involved because he says something about, hey, you know, this is my person.
That is not.
Is
That's not what I said.
No,
Like,
no, no. He's referring back to the ballroom dialogue where Silas was talking about this is my charge. Or Silas's patron was talking about like this is my charge, and then
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but Ethan's gonna cut you off because what you just said was that they were targeting or choosing Zeke and Jasper, and he wants to reiterate that they were not the target. They were just distractions. The patrons want nothing to do with Zeke and Jasper, other than distract you all.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is, now that Salem is no longer with us, is the patron gonna continue to try and get involved in the school, or was that just because Salem was here?
Ethan is going to say that we don't know.
Sick.
We don't know. Many of you will contact a variety of different patrons during your time here in Solstice. Some of them are going to be good to you, and some of them are going to be not so good. Some of them might have qualms with some of your fellow classmates, or they might get along just as well. In your history class, you'll be able to explore which of those patrons may or may not have positive relationships with one another, but even what we know about them is ever changing. So, what may have been true 10 years ago may not be true to this date. We cannot control the people who provide us with magic.
Bentley's nodding. He can acknowledge. It's difficult to say that you don't know something, but you'd rather have them say, "I don't know," than "We're looking into it," and then they never look into it.
Yeah, Cain has his arms crossed. Just he's a little fearful right now because it's like I don't know, and the thing said I will destroy the school. So it's just like the I don't know is scary. He understands it, but it's scary. But yeah.
Does that prompt more questions from Misty and Tim, or would we like to hear more from the Peanut Gallery?
No, we can
Peanut
we can
gallery.
hear more from the peanut gallery.
Nina will say, um, why were we locked in? Who sealed the doors? Ba will answer, there are some threats that require a prolific amount of attention. At the time, it was suspected to be in the courtyard. As fucked up as things got in the ball, you handled yourselves pretty damn well. To which Elian is going to interject, rubbing the back of their head nervously. Um, hey, I'm one of the species that is not naturally affiliated with a patron. Unfortunately, it is common for ethereal entities to function on their own agenda, and if you're not familiar with the company you keep, it can come as a surprise. So, for those of you who feel as if you could be more helpful in those moments, I'd recommend looking into studies that complement a supporting role.
Can we post his response? Thank you.
I think Cain would ask, um, the shadows, the patron, and the Metachekra locking mechanism. Is that all from one thing, or was that a couple of things acting in unison?
Who is this question targeted to?
Uh, he will keep. He will ask Kieran.
Kieran will say that they speculate that it might be several entities. I think one way to really look at Magitech, or at least the way that I've rationalized it as someone from Draconia, is think of the Magitech that we use here to be like Android. if there is someone out there who is also dabbling in their own form of interconnecting magic and technology, there's no guarantee that it would be Android as well. They might be functioning as Apple or something that we just have no history of dealing with. And that's how these things go. If there is a threat, half the battle is figuring out what you're up against and then applying what you know to try and mitigate it. So we're under the impression that since there were multiple patrons present, that it's likely that it wasn't a one-man job.
That's disconcerting.
Figured.
Bentley is going to ask, has anything like this happened in the past, or is this all kind of like a new scenario?
Question towards.
Uh, I think it's just an open-ended question. He's just kind of looking to see who can answer that from the front. Yeah, maybe Ethan or Ba, because Ba was talking about like not the worst threat he's ever dealt with, implying that there's been stuff in the past and that he has like responded to things in the past.
Repeat the question.
Has anything like this ever happened before, or was this like a first time thing? Everything that went down in the ball.
Okay. To which Ba is going to reply, my average is 4 major incidents a year. Elian is going to look, being a little bit younger than Ba. He kind of like counts on his hand. I think other than what I might have overlapped with in my second year, I've participated in 6 incidents. To which Orion is going to say, in my defense, I work at the gate, and things are just a little bit more complicated at the gate. So I'm just going to say I've hit double digits. To which Kieran is going to say, I'm in the same boat as Elian, as we're in the same year, but it should be important to note that, how do I say this? I guess I'll just say it as it is. Incidents occur on campus. Of course, if you all go beyond the campus, you are subject to the threat of the hunters that Professor Ethan has told me that he's informed you of, but also anyone else who is aware of the rift and the power it provides you. Now, what they do with the people they take is still under investigation, and some of my most trusted classmates are a part of the team who are investigating that actively. But there are other threats that we have come to know. So theoretically, the amount of incidents can be exponential. That's why we try to communicate that as many of you have already seen, your core classes provide you with skills that may aid you in buying seconds in times of emergency. And magical courses shall provide you with more information on areas that interest you, as well as areas that frighten you. The email that I sent out on applied and field classes are a combination of those prior classes in a manner that is more advanced and self-protecting. Certain prerequisites are necessary because, as you've witnessed, practicing certain rituals without proper knowledge can lead to complicated situations.
I love my boy Kieran's response, but Bentley's eyes went real wide when he started talking about a separate team of people kidnapping you, and they don't know what happens to you outside of whatever kind of Van Helsing hunters they have crawling around the gates. So he's just staring at him, and it's like, what do you mean you don't know what happens to them? Like it just keeps getting worse.
Yeah.
Glad y'all looking for them. Okay. Of the people that get into things and let's say get into situations like Salem and Silas where they're no longer with us, do a lot of them end up getting recovered?
The students are going to the upperclassmen are kind of gonna look at each other, and Elian's gonna shrug. Orion's going to shrug. Um, they're gonna look to Kieran, and he's gonna shrug. And then Boz gonna sit there. He's tapping his chin, and then he's gonna look back to Ethan and be like, that's a good question."
What do you mean is a good question?
To which Ethan is going to. I actually have to roll for Ethan.
Stop!
Insane, Bentley.
We're
What are you
talking
doing?
about getting Salem inside.
Ethan will say, "Oh, wait. There was one student that I know by name that got recovered. His name was Julio."
Oh my god!
Okay. I
Um,
but like he came back in like a total piece, right?
Ethan says yes. Yes, Julio was recovered in one piece.
Okay.
Uh,
Thank
Cain
you.
Cain follows up for clarification. So this student Julio is the only person who's in their version turned into dust or light and came back.
Julio didn't turn, to my knowledge, into dust or light. And if I'm being honest with you all, I'm pretty sure I said this on the first day. I'm not usually a professor here. I'm usually a field agent. So, when it comes to the history of recovering students, that's a blind spot of mine. That was not my area of focus. But from what I've heard from Thelhart, it depends on the situation. So certain patrons, they don't really do breakups well. They do consequences, and some of those consequences can lead to death. Other times it's just a scar, a reminder. So it's really circumstantial.
Insane.
Hmm. No.
I'm just happy we have a name and like a reference of success.
Yeah. Oh, I know Julio. Isn't he like a sixth year? And he's
I
just like,
thought
yeah.
you don't don't most people. I thought y'all graduate at 4.
Who said that?
I just been hearing people go up to 4. I don't know now.
Ethan is going to say, some of you could potentially file to graduate in your second year. Some people choose to stay at least 4 years to assure that they have mastered their craft. And some people, they just by their second year they're ready to go out into the field. So it really depends on what you are capable of. To which Kiran is going to nod and say that, yes, I anticipate graduating by the end of this grading quarter. I will be heading out into the field with some of my classmates.
Great.
So when you say going out into the field, is that kind of like I don't know what we call the non-magical world, but like when you're a graduate student and you go to like a lab and you do research there, or that just means like you're no longer associated with the school, you just do your own thing.
In most cases, people are associated with the school and they do tasks to further what Solstice Academy is capable of. So, for instance, let's say this whole Salem situation. We might get a team of people who specialize in a similar patron that she has to investigate the disappearance, investigate the rituals, investigate the practices, and then to go a little further to see how they can have some sort of impact on the situation. Some of those situations, some of those research situations can be weeks long, months, maybe years, but at least we'll know.
Okay, that makes more sense. I appreciate that.
Uh, the when we talk about field agent, being a field agent or going on a field mission, is that in the world that we know or the world that the magic comes from, that rift?
You could tell
Tintanium.
that Ethan is trying to figure out how to answer that question. Let me get a roll in. To which he takes a deep breath and he says, 95% of the missions that we assign students to takes place in the Rift. And on that note, it should be noted that in the Rift there is a whole realm of possibilities, and I know that because I am from the Rift. So,
Huh?
You're a Riff person? Riffian?
um, Professor Ethan, I don't want this to come out as bad as it may sound, but you're saying you're from the place that's been taking students?
all of our powers come from, well, sorry, all of your powers come from the Rift. All of the patrons come from the Rift. So, yes, I am from the Rift. Feels good to say that. I didn't know what a cell phone was until I got here.
They don't got cell phones over there?
They,
What?
there are no cell phones in the Rift.
I don't want to detract from all the serious conversation, but how do y'all? I don't. So is it like the same but different?
You will worry yourself sick with questions about the Rift. It's nothing you can wrap your head around without going through the proper channels.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for opening up about your home world. That we appreciate it.
Uh, yeah. At least for me, it's back to peanut gallery. I don't know if
Mhm.
Misty or Tim have any questions.
All right, Misty and Tim, you guys been pretty quiet despite being the most deeply impacted by these circumstances. Could you tell us
Every
what's going?
question I ask, they're just going to answer with stupid shit.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
They're gonna just give me no answers. They're gonna have me be either more mad or give me more questions.
This is the only opportunity you have to find the answer so clearly. Like, so if you have any questions in your mind, after today, you would have to spend the sequence going to a library hoping to roll to get that information, or going to another professor hoping that they feel like opening that discussion. So, what you ask now, even if it leads to more questions, can help streamline the process of your next steps.
I
So
don't.
they're opening up the venue for you to do your vigilante work. At least that's how I interpreted that.
I don't think I have anything in mind, anyways, that haven't been answered or asked.
In my case, I fucked up. I should have messaged Elian about the whole stalker thing. Maybe the situation would have been a little bit better. But he already responded that he'll look into it, and she would just talk to them more about the situation. Obviously she was sent information to her phone about learning martial arts and stuff like that, but the prerequisites or whatever is like science and elemental blitz and stuff. So it's just like they are already giving her, I guess, like a plan already, and she just needs to fucking follow it so she can learn how to fucking fight. So the next time she tries to get kidnapped again, she's gonna kick some ass. So I just don't have any more questions really, or whatever.
Well, I think for Tim, a good line of questions would be what kind of patrons are associated with Salem species? If you're interested in, like the Salem task force recovery effort or whatever they have going on. I don't know. For Misty, I think it was great that you mentioned your stalker situation with Elian. You didn't do it through mobile, you just did it in person, but I think given the fact that you were talking about one situation where people were preyed upon, that was kind of an appropriate segue. But yeah, you could ask like if they think it's related to the patron stuff or if they have any idea of what that is. Y'all can also talk about how the upperclassmen are dog walking y'all. Put ball on blast.
I'm not doing that.
Like, why are they letting this happen? It's all kumbaya, but they let ball beat up on y'all?
In his defense, I did accidentally fuck up a spell.
At the same time, though, if they see everything because we live in a surveillance state, I feel like it raises the question of you're talking about keeping us sheltered and protected, but you're actively allowing all of this assault to kind of go on. So what's the intention? What's the point? Are you sheltering us or is it a trial by fire? And then you should ask too, what are they seeing? Like, do you all actually see what happens between all of the like classes? Or are you just looking for like outside threats? Or do y'all even look after year one? Bentley don't know all that. Bentley's still sitting here like I need to pull it together so I can be the best Laney I can grow up to be. But y'all have like these very specific questions and lines of questions I feel like you can ask relevant to your tangents.
Yeah, I guess it didn't give either of them two enough time to answer this in the first place. 'Cause I asked that exact question yesterday during the ball, but then I kind of just angrily walked to the hospital. Or Ethan walked away first. He didn't even answer the question.
If there's any consolation, I don't feel like Ethan disengaged from your line of questioning to be like a dickhead. I feel like he in the past has demonstrated that he cares about people, so I feel like in that moment he needed to kind of get his thoughts together, figure out what was appropriate to talk about with individuals that may not even understand the situation, and figure out how he felt about what had happened. So yeah, I would definitely just take this time to kind of open that avenue and maybe allow that dialogue to flow, because I highly doubt they're gonna want to talk about it again, especially if it made them feel some kind of way. I just don't see it happening.
Well, I guess I'll let. Do you have any questions before I go on and ask that one?
I'm still thinking. You can go ahead. My head hurts.
I asked this
Misty.
yesterday.
Oh, my bad, bro. Go ahead.
I asked this yesterday, but I guess in the moment you decided to walk away, you guys apparently have eyes everywhere, but two of our friends died, and it kind of felt like either you guys didn't know or didn't do anything to stop it. Are we supposed to just feel safe knowing that?
Ethan's going to assume this question is directed at him because you
Yes.
are referring him. Um, Ethan is going to say that given everything that happened the other night, I didn't think it was the right time to have a discussion about the fact that Silas and Salem are not dead. We
Should have led with
Fellhart did say it.
it. He should have today because he said that to be not everybody in the classroom.
Hmm. But Salem was placed on a wellness plan, and she had spoken with several professors about the situation that she was in with her patron. So, yes, we were aware that she was in communication with her patron, but in every case, we warned her to tread carefully. That's not to say that you all should not have conversations with your patrons, but it should be noted that these patrons exist on an entirely different plane than you all. They don't really care that you have math class at 2 p.m. Whatever task that they want to assign you has to be done when they want it to be done, and that task can take you away from the institute. And then who knows if or when you'll return. So Salem got all of the guidance that she sought, and ultimately her decision was to tread further unprepared. And there's nothing we can do to change that.
Can you elaborate on them not being dead?
I don't know how to do that any further than I already have.
Sick.
Out of character, I feel like, we're all talking about fucking Silas and Salem, and it's tragic, you know what I mean? But here I come with my big mouth saying, I was hunted like like I feel like it's just not.
You're the only person who
It's
got attacked last night.
What'd you say?
You're the only person who got attacked last night. Your night didn't end with that being the last tragedy.
Oh, yeah, I guess, but it seems like there's something more like heartbreaking that happened.
No, also, if you think about it this way, right, those ghosts or these entities are not really school bound. You're being assaulted within the school itself. At the very least, they can protect their students from other students.
Yeah. Yours is a more of a
So,
school issue than Arthur is.
if anything, if you really think about it, your situation is more preventable than what Silas and Salem went through. At the very least, they can step in and actually help you. So, I think this is actually pretty good for you to bring up because like again, like I said, they actually have preventive measures to stop this because it's just other students. It isn't some otherworldly fucking like for all I know, Salem could have been talking to the king of the undead or the queen of the undead, whereas you're just dealing with some dickhead in like year 2 or 3.
Honestly, too, whams if this is like some sort of hunter that's infiltrated the gate. Because why are they checking out the dragon anatomy book? I feel like that's a very weirdly pointed threat. I feel like it's a legitimate concern, and honestly, what happened to Silas and Salem is awful, but you're trying to protect your livelihood because you're here right now. Silas and Salem, unfortunately, have already lost that window of being able to be in Solstice. So now their problem has been passed on to people who are more competent in that.
Okay. So Misty is going to ask another question. It's gonna go towards um I'm going to say Ethan because, he briefly mentioned how the veil is being released and upperclassmen and stuff and briefly talked about hunters, dragon hunters specifically. Um um you guys are aware of there's certain species hunters out there, but like where's the protection or help from that? Because my night did not end the way it should have. Somehow they I guess gassed my bedroom, and that's supposed to be quote unquote my space, my safe space, and I definitely was not safe last night. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? Like, can we get a weapon? Um, I don't know, something.
And this is towards Ethan. All right. So Ethan is going to say, um, in terms of the applied and field courses, if we were to give you some of the equipment that we reserved for the third and fourth years, the first year you were here, we've seen a 98% mortality rate in the past. So, by
What?
design,
Did this bitch say 98 mortality rate?
The
yes,
entire class
That's
died.
it's the whole damn
one
class.
person lived. It was Zabuza from Naruto.
Stop. I don't
He
want to
shows up.
live through Zabuza's arc.
He shows up to class the next day. Nobody's there. Just scratches.
He says, the first year experience was created by design. We monitor you closely. As you guys enter your second year, it'd be a little less close. But we try to offer you all the space to not only figure out your powers and the accidents that come with them, but deal with, learn how to deal with existing in an ecosystem of people with different powers than yours. And when it's only the first years for these first two grading quarters, you're just dealing with people who are just as confused as you. Most of the incidents that occur are accidents. Um, Someone losing control of their temperament because they're not used to their powers, or a misfired spell. Things that you can expect from people who have just started to learn to cast magic. Of course, releasing the veil opens up a whole other diaspora of creatures who are a little bit more tactful with their magic and their skills. And it sucks. It sucks. As for your situation specifically, Misty, it was. Huh? Kugo. As for your situation specifically, Misty, the only reason why I haven't interjected is because your threat is another classmate.
That seems like why you should interject. What the fuck?
Mm.
I don't want to ask this in alarm, Misty, because we talking about class on class violence, but so a lot of the fights that have broken out in the first year are because we're learning to use our magic and kind of settling into our racial traits and all that stuff. But once it's people that have gotten over that development, and let's say they just are blatantly malicious and aggressive and they're actually trying to kill people, is that still like we gotta figure it out in the ecosystem, or we go to somebody?
I can assure you that none of your classmates intend to kill you.
Misty's like,
Ethan deadass just.
How sure are you? Like,
Ethan
what?
says, "You're still here, aren't you?" Now, that being said, if you want me to interject, I can have a conversation with this individual, tell them to leave you alone. Situation will resolve itself. I'm perfectly open to doing something like that should you ask. However, I encourage you to figure out how to use your powers and what you know about your classmates to try to solve this on your own. And I only say that because I won't be there when you're out in the field with people who do have killer intent. So let that be known to everyone. If you feel like you're in over your head, by all means, Teach can step in.
Okay.
Bentley's just relieved that there isn't just a Zabuza walking around. Like he just didn't know. The vibes are changing in the school. It's like I just need to be sure.
Any further questions, or do we feel satiated?
feel as satiated as I'm.
I think I'm
I think I
done.
have a game plan.
Ethan said, like, I know who did it. I know who did it, but I could tell you. I could give them detention, but when I go on my vacation next spring, oh, what do they say? Like when you're getting bullied in school, when you tell a teacher the bully makes it worse.
Yeah, it's because I can't always be there with you.
Is Misty laid up in Ethan's bed to be protected from her hunter? Don't leave, he might get me. He has like the baby carrying pack on his chest. And he just has Misty.
Wait, hold on. This maybe I'm looking too. He said a classmate. Does he mean one of us?
Vague.
One of us.
Vague on purpose. Meaning he knows what has happened to Misty. And Elian is going to do an official report and investigate, and Elian can find it out too. But then that's just Elian. Who's unmuted?
Is it me?
Yeah. So the point that Ethan is trying to make is that if you come across conflicts with your fellow classmates or upperclassmen, anyone can interject. Your RA can interject, he can interject, you can even talk to head of security to interject. But what that does is weaken your ability to handle situations on your own, which is going to be the difference between survival and death when you get into the field.
But the thing is, by the time I get to year 3, right? That's probably when I learn my martial arts. So you mean to tell me I gotta wait to learn how to throw a right hook or learn how to I don't fucking know. Like please. No protection.
Sorry, I was muted. I was saying, under this theory, if they were to react with police force for every grievance that a student has had, both Misty and Cain would be in straitjackets right now because they've actively jumped on and attacked people. And Tim would be in handcuffs right now because
I didn't do
although
shit.
although mechanically it was like a nat 1, thematically in the actual story it was an assault towards boss.
He didn't even get hit by it. He's fine.
Yeah, but it was an assault. Like if you shoot a gun and it misses, you still shot the gun.
Yeah, but what if the gun just dropped on the floor by accident?
I'm gonna use that same logic when you're getting bullied. Cause
Yeah, well, I think we can let bygones be bygones. Took
yeah.
100 and X amount of money from.
So yeah, so that's the point he's making. Like, yeah, we could step in and be like, hey, Ava, don't beat on Bentley. Like, we got her on the holistic wellness plan to try and curb it because she needs individual help. But if you can't handle being bullied by Elian right now, when you go into the field, you're dying. You're
Bro.
dying. You're gonna die. You can never leave the school. You will be a sixth year. All right. No further questions?
No.
Everyone's fueled?
Think so.
The students spend most of the evening exhausting any questions that come to mind, anxious that any missed detail might lead to cataclysmic events. Players, how has the panel of Ethan and your peers impacted your character's perspective?
Um, it. Oh God, it's complicated because you feel like you have a more holistic, well-rounded perspective of what happened that night. The whole set of panelists were talking about how these types of events just occur at the school. It's like a new part of your reality. You woke up in the supernatural world and bad things happen, like how often it rains in a tropical climate. Like it just happens. So a part of you is almost comforted in the fact that it's like it's like fate. Like you nothing you did up to that point could have changed the fact that statistically it was going to happen. Like you did nothing wrong. It was just bound to happen. But you're also incredibly terrified because that means you feel as if there's nothing that you can do that's going to change it from happening and you potentially die.
Cain, nothing. He appreciates the answers and the time taken, but going in, he's the same going out. It's just like I don't. He has to reevaluate kind of his priorities right now because he doesn't want to be just another number. He wants to make sure that he's able to do something in those moments that, Boss said what 6, fucking Oregon said like double digits. So it's just like if this is gonna keep happening, I have to do better.
Misty is going to um um he was always already trying to hit the books and try to get good grades, but now she needs to make sure she does really well in science. So then eventually she can go into that martial arts class because she needs to learn how to fight. And yeah.
I think kind of going off of what Bentley said, Tim kind of just needs to realize that as shitty as all this is just a completely new reality, right? Things that you would think would kind of be a concern in the real world is like just like a regular old Tuesday here. When it comes to students, battling students, life, death, it just seems like it happens way too often to really be a controllable kind of thing. And I guess the school does, in quotation marks, its best to prevent it. But it really feels like at this point they're like it's gonna happen so often that it's like there's not much we could really fucking do. And so we're kind of just letting it happen in the hopes that it doesn't happen. Uh so I guess he has to just tread very lightly moving forward.
As the forum comes to an end, Ethan clears his throat, voice steady but sharp. So since some of you clearly can't be trusted alone, he starts dryly. We're implementing a formal buddy system. He gestures to a projection forming behind him, displaying student names and new groupings.
What's that even mean?
What?
Coven Courtesies will now divide you into small teams based on ability and compatibility. As you enter your second year, certain assignments will be issued through the system, so learn to work together. No, there won't be changes.
Oh my god.
Figure it out or get left behind.
Teach, you gotta be fucking me, man.
Rosin, what?
Oh, for fuck's
Oh.
sake.
But what happened? Hey,
Okay, I guess.
where is it?
Oh, okay.
It's on the Twitch stream, ain't it?
Yeah, that's true.
So wait, what does this exactly entail? We just have to sit next to each other in Coven Courtesies?
Man, that's not fair.
As you enter your second year, certain assignments will be issued through the system, so learn to work together. No, there won't be changes. Figure it out or get left behind.
Oh my god, I wonder why they paired this all together, gang.
Hate this school.
That's really funny.
Players, what is your character's initial response to the groups, and are there any groups that you find surprising?
Um,
Bruh.
a part of Bentley is surprised that Zeke and Marcy aren't in the same group, only because they just have been as thick as thieves, and the state sees everything, the school sees everything, so they must know. But then a part of him feels as if they put somebody with like a lot of magical prowess and physical competency on each team, so they were just naturally split up to kind of give everybody else an opportunity. And he's just grateful he hasn't fought with anybody in his group. Like, he's got no bad blood between anybody right now.
Awesome.
For Cain, it's the most interesting group is the Luca group. That seems like a lot of, I don't want to say random people, but that group formation is interesting to see because you have people who are typically bookworms like Imani, some loners like Sarah, um, and some are really extroverted like Kai. So it's just like I wonder what that group is all about. When it comes to his own group, he's pretty content with it. He has Tim, who has been pretty reliable in all things combat. Misty, the only class he's shared with Misty is the elemental class, and they share an element, so there's a compatibility there. He actually hasn't talked to Bentley much, but Bentley, he knows that Bentley's pretty compassionate based off the night, the ball night where he came to like check in on him and all that stuff. So he's pretty happy.
Bruh.
Oh man. Misty?
I'm looking at these other teams and low-key, it's like not fair. Cause like you have I'm looking here, I see Marcy down there paired with Jasper. That's diabolical. I feel like that's just not fair. And then you see Nina here with fucking I I don't fucking know, bro. Just wow. She's looking at, her new group mates. Look at Bentley. We gotta figure out who's the captain.
No, no. I am very aware of my abilities and lack thereof.
All right, Tim, it's your turn.
Tim feels like Ethan did this personally. He knows that he's been hunting him down the entire time, and as a way to get back at him, he said, "You know what? Let's put two people that have been in direct contact with your best friend, and in a very negative way, and let's just put you guys together." Obviously, Bentley, there's no bad blood between us, but I've been friendly with Cain just out of not wanting any confrontation, but knowing what he did to Roman obviously is not something that he wants to. Is not a friendship he wants to pursue, and then the same exact thing with Misty. So, he's not very he's not very happy with this grouping here. He's hoping it's just we can all be civilized here. I think the group with Roman, Riven, and Noel and that stuff. I think that group is super surprising because it doesn't seem like not only any of them have beef between each other, but it also seems like a very good pairing almost. You have two Magic Decra heads, um, Riven and Roman, and then you have the smarts Noel, and you have the athletic Zeke, and then you have Ava.
A wild card, Ava.
And so it just kind of just seems like that group's kind of just chilling there. It just seems like that's like, why can't I be in that group? It's just kind of, it's like, take Ava out, put me there.
Do you want to be in that group to be with Roman, or do you want to be in that group?
I plead the fifth.
Cain, what group do you wish you were in?
Huh?
Misty? Oh, never mind. Let me find my notes. Do you have any further questions for Ethan pertaining to the groups?
No, not really.
Which brings us to the closing of our session. As you leave the debriefing, the halls of Solstice feel heavier, yet quieter. Answers have been given, but they only raise new questions. No gods, no professors, no wards will save you. From this point on, survival belongs only to those strong or desperate enough to claim it. So, good luck, Fated 4, and try not to die before dawn. It should be noted that as Coven Courtesies starts to disband, there are certain people, students who are lingering to deepen the conversation with Ethan, the upperclassmen, or just some of those friends. Some of their friends, virtual students, have gradually dispersed, likely to focus on their rest. But a certain one of you hears something that causes a chill to run up your spine. Hey, Misty, could I talk to you for a second? Good night.